Okay, so very good morning, everyone. And I request you to please settle down quickly because we have already late and we have to complete lots of things, specifically the co-citation analysis, the covert, and thereafter the bibliographic coupling, and then we have to also do the keyword co-occurrence analysis. So these three things we are going to complete in this session. So please settle down quickly because our session was scheduled from 10, but we are starting it 10:30 or even I think 10:30 is also far. So, okay. So, yeah, how many of you prepared and even have done the homework? Means whatever things we have completed in our previous session. So, how many of you have revised or even did it by yourself at your home? Anyone? Uh, because this activity shows your interest in this particular thing. If it is interesting, then definitely you can go at your home and then you start exploring these things. And once you start exploring, then it is 100% sure you will find some new things in this particular research. Because research is always giving the new things while we exploring it again and again. Okay, so let's start with our previous file. And I have also the cleaned file which have already given by you or any of your batchmates, someone given to me. So Okay, so there is total 33 items. In this item, first we have to look into the lowest cluster or the cluster which has minimum members or minimum keywords. So you can see in the seventh cluster, there is only one item. But we all know that a cluster only makes sense when it has multiple number of keywords. But here we can see there is only one keyword. So definitely this is not like a good bifurcation of the keywords. So in that way, we just change the setting, and you can see here group item by cluster. That is fine. Thereafter, just go to the analysis, click on the analysis, then method. So method is no normalization, association strength, fractionalization, and this is lean log or the modularity. So we just go to the default association strength, because on the basis of association, this cluster is identified. Okay. And the other things are also there, but our preferred zone will be the association. Okay. How one keyword is associated with other keyword. Fine. From the association thereafter, we use merge small clusters. Okay, so merge small clusters means if there is a small cluster and that cluster has similarities with the another small cluster, so that will be merged and then they will make a or assign a single cluster. But in this case, we have given the minimum cluster size is 1. Okay, so minimum cluster size is 1. So if our interest is to just increase the cluster size, so let's see what is happening, because I already told you we will focus on the hit and trial method. Okay, so if we change this minimum cluster size from 1 to 2, and then we update the clustering. Okay, now you can see in the diagram the color of the these keywords are reduced. It means it has the cluster has been reduced from 7 to something else. Let's see what is the size. So once we click on the item, now you can see there is total 6 cluster. Earlier it was 7 cluster. So again we will look into the cluster items, and in this item you can see, so in the 6th cluster there is total 4 items. So that is like the acceptable things. That is acceptable, but still if you are interested to like the recalculate or even the redesign or redistribute the keywords, then you have to give the another thing, means you can see there is minimum number of keywords in a cluster is 4. So if you give a criteria that is greater than 4, then this cluster number will be changed. So let's try to do it, and then we will observe the output. So if I click here 5 and then I update the cluster, now you can see there is total number of cluster. We can easily identify by looking into the color of these keywords. Apart from this, even if you go to the item, so you can identify there is total 5 cluster. And now I think, or whatever I believe, that yeah, this 5 cluster is better than the 6 cluster, because at this point of time we have some more number of keywords in each and every cluster. And the cluster number 5th has the total 5 items. Now just yeah. So how many of you are from the psychology? Only you? Anyone else? Okay. Any faculty members who is also expertise in psychology, so I just want to their input for this. Anyone? Because I just want to know the logical things, how logically these keywords are aligning with within a cluster. Because I'm not, but yeah, we will try. We will try, because we are the human being, and yeah, the best version of the human being is just trying the things. And so in the 5th cluster we can see hope, optimism, and reliance, and there are resilience or reliance, whatever this is, resilience, and then self-efficacy, and what is this one? Because there is some no, the next one, this capital and social capital. I think this is social capital, because there is a icon, and due to this there is a drawing. Yes, yeah. So this is social capital. Fine. Okay. So in the cluster number 5, we have 5 items. So first one is the hope, optimism, resilience, self-efficacy, and social capital. So Are these all keywords are very closely associated or they are showing some homogeneity? Are these all five keywords are showing some homogeneity? I'm just asking from the psychological base. Even we can also like understand it by using our common sense. Apart from this, you can see in the cluster number 4, there is college student. Okay. Gender, perceived social support, physical activity, and PsyCap. What is this PsyCap? I don't know.
PsyCap is psychological capital.
Okay, psychological capital. Okay. So can we say these all are also related to each other? Right? And can we say there is a very significant difference between these 5 items and these 5 items? Can we say they are significantly different or even they have some significant objectives or like the we can say they are representing something different things. Can we say they are different now? Okay. So apart from this, if we go to the this cluster number 3, there are total 6 items: so burnout, job performance, mindfulness, psychological well-being, social support, and subjective well-being. So this is all about, I think, because if we apply the common sense, so we can say this is all about the like the well-being or the like the increase the productivity and increase the we can say the self uh, self what we say about this one the well-being, and apart from the well-being, because this is the psychological things, but awareness we can say, or even the optimization we can say, so this kind of things. Okay, so this is also related to the job performance or even the performance on the feelings at the job place. So this is also showing a similarities or homogeneity, and that's why this all keywords are placed in cluster 3. So can we say this is logical? This placement of each and every keywords in different groups is very logical. Okay, so now we have some 5 cluster. Thereafter means from this 5 cluster, thereafter, if you go to the cluster number 2, there is total 7 items: academic performance, emotional intelligence, higher education, mental health, motivation, positive psychology, and university student. So can you say this all keywords are highly associated with the academic fields, or even in academic field, it is like the connecting, or even it is like the associated with the students. Okay, so students' well-being, their performance, their psychological behaviors, or their psychological health in the colleges or university. Okay, so this is all about the academic things and academic behavior of the students. And thereafter, cluster number 1, there is total 10 items. So emotional exhaustion, and then entrepreneurship and job burnout, job satisfaction, leadership, nurses. Okay, again we have one thing: there is nurse and nurses, both are the same things, but there is only similar in plural, and that's why. What we can say, if we have to clean this again. Okay. So now we have identified one thing that AI did not clean. So it is our task to clean the things. Okay, fine. Okay, so thereafter, the psychological capital, well-being, and work engagement. There is also some keywords like the work engagement or the job satisfaction that may belongs to some. I think that is from the cluster number 3. Can we say this? This keyword, job burnout and the job satisfaction. Okay, these two things should belongs to cluster number 3, because this is only 2 item, which is because you have burnout and job burnout. Okay, apart from this, you can see the job performance, job satisfaction, okay, mindfulness, psychological well-being, social support, and subjective. So if we clean this, and the burnout, if we replace the job burnout with burnout, means we just like keep a keyword burnout for the job burnout. Okay. So in that case, the alignment of this cluster may change. Is it possible it will change? So how we do this, or how we get inside about our cluster? Because only giving a file to the boss viewer or any software and then getting output is not the research. Research is using your common sense and then interpreting the things, getting the meaningful things, because software will give you the things, but there is a possibility that will be the meaningful, or even that will not meaningful. Okay, so our purpose is to get insight from these particular things. So we got two inside, one nurses. Okay, another inside we got job satisfaction and job burnout. So we have to just change it or replace it, and thereafter we start the analysis. So any doubt in clustering? Okay, now you tell me, if some keywords is occurring very frequently and some keywords is not occurring very frequently, so what does it mean? Hello, बताओ.
Relevance.
Again, I'm just changing the reframing the question. Fine. If a student is coming regularly into the class, and if a student is very rarely coming to the class, okay, so what does it mean? Or what actions should we do? Or what actions should be taken by course instructor? Why I'm saying instructor? Because nowadays that professors or even the teacher-student relationship is gone, so that's why I'm saying instructor. Okay, so what should be done by the course instructor? If someone is coming very frequently and someone is not coming very frequently, so what action should be taken?
Coming frequently is interested in the class.
Okay. और जो नहीं आ रहा उसका क्या किया जाए बताओ. We had to put some measures, some rules, some regulations that either enhance his or her class presence. Okay, even that is the that enhancement may be willingly or unwillingly, but we have to ensure that the class participations will be enhanced by this after these measures or after these rules or regulations. Fine. Similarly, if a keyword is a keyword's occurrence is very high, it means that is fine. That is very relevant. Okay. But if a keyword is very rare, so we have to make a change or we have to frame a rules or regulation that enhance the occurrence of that particular keywords. Okay. And when occurrence will increase, when we start doing the research on that particular keyword. So can we say that if a keyword has a very less occurrence, it means that it requires future exploration or this is the research gap. So by this way, we can identify the research gap on the basis of occurrences. Fine? ये बात समझ में है कि how we identify the research gap? Means कि where is the scope to do something? If someone is coming regularly, then we don't have any scope. But if someone is not coming regularly or even rarely attending the class, then we have the scope to take some corrective measures. And that corrective measures is our future research agenda, which we are getting from this particular keyword occurrences. Fine. अब आप एक बात बताओ कि only by looking into the keywords can we identify the research gap? Because one single keywords, how can it define lots of research gap? It can't. So, if anyway we just identify the documents or the research article, so the documents or the research articles which use this particular keywords, and then if we start reading this particular documents, then I think that will be the better option to get more insight about the research, and then we get the research gap. But the problem is how we identify this burnout or even the job performance comes from which research article, because इसमें तो कुछ है नहीं. So then we require the Excel skill, and those who are not smooth in Excel, they can also use AI, Quadratic or Julius. ठीक है. Quadratic layout is like the very similar like Excel. How many of you just try to explore the quadratic AI? Because कल तो मैंने बता दिया था, but I have not demonstrated this quadratic AI in this classroom. So how many of you just explored? किसी ने नहीं?
So Julius तो किया था.
हाँ, Julius तो किया था, but I have like the given clue of QAL. But ठीक है. Okay. So any doubt in this clustering and then changing the alignment or the other things? Achha, apart from this, you can also play with this clustering like you can see here. You can see here. It is represented in circle. If you click here, this will be represented in frames, but I prefer circle. Thereafter the size variation. So this also you can see after changing the things, it will start changes. The weight of the occurrences is given throughout the link, occurrences. You can also give it or assign with the links or the link total strength. Okay. Apart from this, the size variation, curved line. So if you reach up like the uncheck this curved line, so you can get the better. I think in this one, I like this pictorial presentation better than the curved line, but this is all up to you. So there are lots of things, even in the background, even you can also make it black. So बहुत सारी चीजें हैं. You can play with the colors. You can play with the orientation. Fine. So thereafter now, whatever I'm just going to demonstrate from here on. So this is like the very rarely used by other research scholars. Okay, even research scholars, because anybody can create this graph. But from here onward, how to get this exact network file, and thereafter how to utilize that network file in the Excel and do the analysis. Okay, so we have to just click here, file, and thereafter click on save. Once you click on the save, so it will ask about you just give a name to the map file, also give a name to the boss your network file. So what is the map file and what is the network file? So the line connecting from one node to another node is network. So the information given about this connection or this line is known as network file. Okay, and the information given related to the placement and size of this node means this work engagement is red circle. So size and placement of this node is given into the map file. So these are the two files which we have to save. And this file is very helpful to utilize in even in JFE or even in any other software. But here we will only utilize this file in Excel. Okay. So यहाँ पे I'm just giving name map file keyword occurrences, and you should also mention the number of occurrences or the number of times, although I don't remember what threshold I have given at the start of the analysis, or 3 diya tha or 5 diya tha, I don't remember, so that's why I'm not giving any number, but you should give a number, okay, for the reference purpose. Then the network file. So network file keyword occurrences, okay, and click here save. But before saving it, let's check the path. Okay, so this is going to the LR file, so that's fine. Now it has been saved. Okay, again we come to the create. Now you can see create a map based on network map data. So if I click here and if I go to this, so this is the boss viewer file. Click here to the map. This is the map file. Okay, and thereafter click to the network file. Click next. Yes, yes, and next. Again, same diagram we have. So once you can save this file, you have the same information. Now let's look into the data. Means without data we can't create any kind of image. So let's look into the backend data. What are the backend data that is processed by this boss viewer, and then they are giving the output like this. Okay. So this is the map file and this is the network file. I'm just opening this map file. Then Control A, Control C, and thereafter you just go to the Excel, create a Excel. So and just create a file by name of the working directory or the editing file where you can do all the editing. So I'm just opening a blank Excel file. In this blank Excel file, just Control and V. Okay, now you can see ये क्या कुछ समझ आ रहा है इस फाइल में? ID. ID is representing a ID and numerical identification to the each and every keywords. This X and Y is showing the coordinates where this particular keyword is placed. Okay. Cartesian plane होता है ना जिसमें चार वो so that is the coordinates where this particular keywords is placed. Then after the weight link and the weight total link strength. So weight link is the total number of link. Okay. And then they have calculated the total link strength on the basis of the total link and then after the link of the particular keywords with the other keywords. Okay. Apart from this, you can see the weight occurrences and then score average publication year. So they have calculated because there is some 4 or 5 or even there are many articles who use one particular keyword. So, but each and every article is published in different years. So they have calculated the average publication year. And that's why they are showing a score average publication year. And that's why you can see some years are also in Excel format. Okay. Apart from this, you can see score average citation. So this is also because there may be possibility that there is 2 or 3 articles. Each and every article has got some different number of citations, but they use the similar keywords. Okay, and that's why this scores citation or even the average score normal citation both are in the Excel format and it has calculated. But yeah, our concern thing is the ID and this level, this cluster. So can we make the table for each and every cluster? इसमें हम क्या करेंगे? We just use the pivot table and then we create keywords for each and every cluster. Fine? ये चीज समझ आ रही है कि नहीं आ रही है? आप करोगे? Just click here and even you can also give this task to the AI. You can also give this task to the AI. Or you just give it to the raw and then लेबल तो आपका फिर इधर आ जाएगा. ओके, सो इसके लिए आपको करना क्या होगा? बिकॉज आई एम लुकिंग दिस particular things. Okay, one thing we can do, although this is in like the order, so we just apply the VLOOKUP for each and every clusters and then we can take this one. Okay, क्योंकि अभी आप ये क्या करोगे ना कि if you give it into the column, so this will comes in this direction. Okay, so इसके लिए what we do, we just click the label or even we can also apply the filter here. Okay, we can also apply the filter here. Filter, you can apply filter and then you just select one single cluster. You will get the keywords with the ID. Fine. Now let's look into the network file. So for the network file, let me open the network file. This is the network file. Control A, Control C, and these icons are creating problem. Can I close it? Because although we are not using this one. Fine. So now you can see Control V. So this is our source. This is our target. And this is the connection. Okay. So now you can see the source means the keyword ID 15 is connected with keyword ID 79. Okay. So if we apply the VLOOKUP, so can we also take the corresponding keywords in the next column? VLOOKUP से आ जाएगा. अब देखो actually I am not using the VLOOKUP formula because I used AbleBit tools. Okay, and AbleBit tools I am just going to download this AbleBit tools. तो आप लोगों को भी लग रहा होगा because I believe कि if the softwares or the skills are available there, then why I use my own skill in that particular things. So ABLE AbleBit Excel. AbleBit download. So, how many of you? Yes, please. Okay, so how many of you are aware about these AbleBit tools? No one? Okay. So you can download this AbleBit tool. Although this is the paid version, but yeah, this is the professional class, so that's why I will not talk about any other version of this AbleBit tools. Okay, but outside the class, you can ask about this. So here we will get a trial version. AbleBit Ultimate Suite for the Microsoft Excel Personal Edition installation complete. Fine. So if I save this one, if I save this one, okay, and then if I open the Excel, okay, so I think yeah, still this AbleBit is not visible here. No. Because it should visible, but I don't know why it is not visible. There may be some problem with the installation. Okay, so you can install it in your system also. Select to install the formula editor. I consent to sharing.
So the paid version है ना?
हाँ, paid version है. So that's why I told you ना कि there are different ways to use the paid version things, but I will not share these things in this particular session.
Try से देखे तो भाई देखा.
I have given the hint. So this is, although this is the paid version. Fine. Okay. Now you can see the AbleBit tools icon is already available here. Okay. So in this AbleBit tool, you can see there are lots of options. Compare and then merge, copy. So in the copy, there is some duplicate, combine, merge table sheets. So VLOOKUP wizard is there. Fine. So suppose I am selecting this one, and then I'm going here, and then I will select uh, this particular thing, and then I click insert. Okay. You can see, go to the data. Now you can see 15 for the academic, 79 for the burnout, and 115 for the college student. So it is very like the clearly or even the successfully it has updated, or it has like the bring the keywords or the associated keywords in corresponding to their ID. The same thing we will do for this one, this second row, sorry, second column. Fine. Any doubt in this particular activity? Okay. Apart from this, our concern is to identify the documents or the research articles which is using this particular keywords. And for this purpose, again, we have to go to the WAS viewer and then we export some other file. And as I am saying, many of the researchers, they are not aware about this export function. They only know they can create the network diagram. So let's go to the file, go to the create a map. Thereafter, keyword occurrences 533, 33, and then this is the keyword occurrences. Here you just go for a right click. After right clicking, you can see select all keywords. So it is already selected. Export the selected keywords and export occurrences relation. So we will export both the things. Okay. So keyword occurrences file, and thereafter again we right click and export the occurrences relation. So occurrences relations, again we click. Okay. Now again let's go to the I don't know how much you are getting from this particular activities, because you have also compulsion to attend the class for the sake of attendance. So there may be a possibility that yeah, you all were attending this session only for the sake of attendance. Otherwise, there will be a okay. So we are opening the keyword occurrences file, and in the keyword occurrences file, you can see the ID for the keyword. So let's click Control A and then Control C. Thereafter, open to the Excel file. So that's why I asked in our previous classes or the session that how many of you are very much like that they are smooth about the Excel. So now, now let's open to the keyword relation file. So occurrences relation file. In this occurrences relation, you can Control A and then Control C. Fine. And thereafter, again go to the Excel. And then paste it. चलो यहीं पेस्ट कर देते हैं, ठीक है. Okay. So can you see in the occurrences relation, we have the file where the information related to the document ID and keyword ID is given. Fine. So we know about the keyword ID. We know about the keyword ID. These are the keywords, and we have already excluded these keywords along with the ID. So can we match the keywords along with these IDs? Any doubt in this like the matching process? We can apply the VLOOKUP, we can match this keywords in corresponding IDs. Fine. Now we are interested to identify that research articles which have used this particular keywords. Okay. So the research document number 1 used the keyword 662. Okay. And research document number 1 also used the keyword 669. Okay. So we can identify what is the keyword for the 662 and 669. But now our concern is to know about the document, which document carrying the ID number 1 and ID number 2. Fine. Acha. So, but in this keyword and ID, our threshold was 5. Pass था ना? So the keyword which occurs less than 5 times, that is not given in this particular clustering data. Okay, so that's why we go to the keywords which occur at least 5 or even greater than 5 times. So we just look into this third column. In the third column, you can see, okay, all are occurred one time. So I think there is a repetitive because you can see the keyword 669, 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So keyword 669 occurs 4 times, and thereafter again we have a keyword 669. There is occurrence. So we can see that they have mapped the keyword and ID individually. Fine. So now our task is to identify the keyword for this 669. So let's try to search in this one. Can you see 669? The keyword is psychological capital. This I am just identifying just for the verification purpose. Fine. Excuse me, what is your name? What is your name? If it is not interesting, then you can go from out of the class. It is my humble request and please leave the class if you are not interested. Because I believe very much in the positive as well as in the negative energy. And if you are spreading the negative energy in this class, so this entire class will be disturbed by your activities. Your only single activities. Okay. So you are entitled about your own like the development or your own learning, but you are not entitled to help others on learnings. Okay. So that's why it is a humble request. If you are not interested, you are free to go. And I will make a request from my side from your instructor. Is kindly give them attendance or whatever grades or whatever marks they are asking. Kindly give them that marks for the attendance. Fine. Because I am not using phone, I am not carrying my phone during the class. So I also expect the same things from the listener. Fine. So now this keyword 669 is occurred in documents number 1. Now in this documents number 1, let's open our original file. So in this original file, let's open the original file. Go to the LR file, LR folder. In this LR folder, we have a cleaned Scopus keyword cleaned. So in this Scopus keyword cleaned, documents number this one, and we have a affiliation authors abstract. So there is a authors keyword. In this authors keyword, there is a psychological capital. Okay. And what is our keyword at the associated with the 669? 669 book 1. This is psychological capital. Fine. So the psychological capital is our ID 669. And here you can also see documents number 1 and authors keyword psychological capital. And this occurs once. So can we say can we say in this documents, if we assign the ID for this each and every document, just click here and insert, and then if we click ID, and thereafter 1, 2, okay, and fine. So this is the ID. Can we say this is the ID? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is the ID. Now let's cross check. Let's cross check this ID. So you can, yeah, we can go to the book 1, and then in book 1 you just identify any, like this is the documents number 2, and again the psychological capital is also occurred in documents number 2. So let's cross check this. So if you cross check this one, so this documents number 2 and the author's name, thereafter you just look into the author's keyword. This is the author keyword. Psychological capital is given here. It means we have correctly mapped the documents ID along with the keyword ID. Okay. Now we have the document ID along with the each and every information of the documents. So can we utilize the VLOOKUP function and take the each and every documents corresponding to their respective keywords? So in this cluster, suppose in this cluster, yes. So this is the cluster. If we are interested to just select cluster number 1, if we are interested, so this cluster number 1, and if we are interested to identify the each and every documents of this cluster, so can we identify the each and every documents? And once we identify the number of documents which has been used in this particular cluster, so can we also identify the research gap and the other things related to this particular? Because while doing the literature review, we are interested to read the research articles. But if you go manually, then we don't have any idea how many literatures we should read. But if you do this particular activity, then you have identified the minimum occurrence cluster has some scope, and that is showing the research gap. And that's why for the research gap, we read the least like the clusters which have least number of keywords. Fine. So this is the one of the very basic or even the important analysis of the literature review. So this you should do, and you should make the things. So how many files you will create? This is actually bit calculative and analytical things. Hai. So how many files you will create? And even you can do these things by, you just give this 3 file, जो मैंने अभी download किया. So text files and everything, you just give all the information of all the file to the Julius AI, and then ask to the Julius AI to map the each and every information. Each and every information means the UI number and then abstract, title of the study, map along with the each and every cluster. So it will identify and it will apply the whatever function the Python will apply, and it will give the result. Fine. So you can do it by the Julius AI. एक बार try करें. अभी time कितना है अपने पास? Because I have to explain two more important things that will give the more insight about the research gap as well as the foundation. आप लोग, I think you can do it by yourself. Okay. This is only the I have given the overview how to do. Okay. You can give the command or the prompt to AI. Okay. And then you can do it. If you find any difficulty, so you can approach to your course instructor, Varun sir, or even you can approach to me from the mail. Okay. Achha, apart from this, now we are going to discuss about because there are many things about this keyword occurrence. There are too many things. Okay. But I think we some 50 or 60% things I have explained, and only the 60% things is more than enough for you, because you are at the undergraduate level, so that is more than enough. Thereafter, let's talk about the course citation and bibliographic coupling. So this is the last thing or the last topic. So you just tell me In the last session, we have explained about the co-occurrences, co-worker. So what is the meaning of co-citation? What is the meaning of co-citation?
दो लोगों का एक साथ काम करना.
दो लोगों को एक साथ कोई साइट कर रहा है.
हाँ.
It means कि two documents are cited together.
Together.
That is known as co-citation. Okay. But if there is more than two documents are also citing together, well, someone is citing more than two documents also together. So can we say that these all documents are co-cited or there is a co-citation? दो आप cite करो या more than two cite करो, so that will be considered as co-citation. Okay. And there is it is a very technical things, and many of the research scholars has doubt in this particular things. What is the difference between co-citation and bibliographic coupling? Bibliographic coupling. Okay. So from the coupling, can we get an insight कि हाँ मतलब ये husband wife और ये जब दो लोग जाते हैं, can we say कि they are the coupling? And when they get invited into a party, so both go to the party together. ये हमेशा होता है ना, it is written there कि you are invited with the family. अब आप अकेले जा नहीं सकते हो, ठीक है? और अगर फैमिली नहीं है, मतलब अभी हमारे यहाँ क्या हुआ कि in our institute we have some get together. So each and every professor they have planned a get together, or even that is termed as the Diwali party. So we all shifted into the new house, and that's why they have just planned a get together by the name of the Diwali party, and they have invited to everyone. Okay. But I didn't get any information. Why? Because my family was not with me. They went to the village, and that's why they have not even given the information, because they said, "Kisan, there is a possibility you will not join the party, or even they missed." Another incident is there was some Dandiya night in my college, because they organize each and every event very frequently. So MBA students are very active in organizing the things. So again, for the Dandiya night, they have not invited me. Why? Because they told me, sir, your family is not here, and we informed these things by other faculty, and that's why we didn't inform you regarding this particular invitation. So I told you, why did I come along? So they said, sir, we are only inviting the family or the couple. Okay. So family means if you are family, then you can go. Otherwise, you are not invited. So this kind of thing is also there. So the coupling, are you got the meaning of the coupling? Okay. So the bibliographic coupling. So what is the meaning of bibliograph? The bibliographic information means the information which is given on the first page of any research article, that is all bibliographic. Okay. And coupling means if the two particular things or the two research articles, they are citing someone together. अगर मान लीजिए कि आप किसी के घर जाते हैं, तो if the husband is asking for the tea or your wife is asking for the tea, it means कि both are asking for the tea. So if two articles, they are citing one article, that is known as the coupling. So Abhi, let's I have one graphical explanation of this bibliographic coupling, and I hope that will make more clarity about this particular thing. So in the LR folder, there is PPT related to the systematic literature review. So in this folder, you can see, okay. So you can see the bibliographic coupling, direct citation. So this P3, okay. So if this P3 is citing P4 and P5, okay. So that is known as this dot co-citation. It means that P4 and P5 is getting citation in this P3 document. And if P1 and P2 is citing this P3, okay, so that is known as coupling. It means that either husband is asking about the tea, or even wife is asking about the tea from a guest, to a guest. Are you feeling tea or coffee? So it means that both couple is interested or both couple is asking. So that's why we are saying that they are coupling. They are citing this particular things always together. Okay, one article cited by these two documents. Okay, so that is known as coupling. And if this is one document citing this P4 and P5, these two documents together, that is known as co-citation. Fine. ये confusing है, और usually मतलब many of the research scholars they get confused in this particular things. But this is the very essential tool or essential understandings of this bibliometric analysis, and it gives too many ways to identify the research gap as well as the theoretical foundation of the literature. And if you understand these two things, bibliographic coupling and co-citation, you can frame a research article that will get published in even ABCB or SSCI Q2 or Q1 category, only by the sake of these two particular things. So you can understand how powerful this tool, how powerful this bibliographic coupling and co-citation. The unit of analysis. So अभी आ जाते हैं कि how the analysis performed. इसको आप समझिए कि ये परफॉर्म होता कैसे है कि how it can be performed and how we get insight from this coupling and co-citation. Okay, so suppose we are interested to identify the co-citation. Okay, and what is your name? What is your name? Kumudli. Okay, so Kumudli, suppose we assume we are writing a research, you are writing a research. Okay, and you are citing, what is your name? Huh? Ili? Ili. Okay, right, difficult now. Ili, anyone else? आप बताओ आपका क्या नाम है? हाँ? Anu. This is fine. This is nice. So, Anu and Ili. If I pronounce wrong, so yeah, forgive me. But Ellen. Okay. अच्छा Ellen मुझे पूछने वाला है. Ellen. हाँ, so Ellen and Anu. Okay. And Kumudli is writing the research article. So if Kumudli is citing both the people, Anu and Ellen. So for Ellen, जो भी है, कोई बात नहीं ना. हाँ. So if she is citing, so where we get the information? Where research articles usually cite the other research articles, and where they give the information? Below that research article in the reference segment. Yes. I think this is you all are aware about this particular things. In the reference segment, the information is given related to the citation. In this particular file, where this information given? References. Can you see this? And this is very means usually the research articles gives minimum 25 references. Minimum 25 on an average, minimum 25, and that's why in this column you can see. If I click here and even if I wrap this particular thing, you can see. देखो कितने citations पड़े हुए. Okay, so these are the references, and this is the unit of analysis for. This is the unit of analysis for the co-occurrences. Sorry, co-citation and bibliographic coupling. So this is the unit of analysis. So by this citation, they identify what are the documents cited together. Okay, only the difference is. अभी एक बार क्या करते हैं, एक बार करते हैं, and then I will explain कि इसमें difference क्या है. But this is the unit of analysis, and from this we will get most of the information. Now you tell me, suppose you are interested to do a literature review. So you only if you are trying to do it manual, so you can just download some research article, then you start reading. But if research article A is very much relevant to your interest, so definitely the papers that has been cited in that research articles will be also relevant for your work. But you are not going towards the reference. And if you are going towards the reference, it means suppose there is a research article A. In that research article, there is total 1 to 25. Means the total 25 research paper is there. Out of that 25, there is a possibility that some 10 or 5 research article is very much reference to your work. So if you again download that 5 articles and then again you repeat the process. So you then in each and every 5 articles you identify this loop or even this particular trend which is explained in Salman Khan movie to help some 3%, then you also suggest them to go and help the other 3%, and then you will create a loop. So similarly, in this way you can also create a loop. Again, you identify some 5 articles, In that 5 articles, there is total 25, 25, 25. So 125 references, then again you revisit the references, again you identify some 5 or 3 articles. So this creates a loop. Okay. And that's why it is not possible to reach each and read each and every research article. So that's why we analyze this particular references and then we identify the most relevant articles for our reading purpose and then we synthesize them and then identify the research gap as well as the theoretical foundation. Fine. So let's do it. देखो आपको बस इतना समझना, ये वाली चीज आप अगर समझ गए तो आप पेपर बनाना और मैं गारंटी दे रहा हूँ कि वो पेपर अगर आपने इसको प्रिविलेज ले लिया इसका, सो यू कैन गेट इजीली पब्लिश्ड इन स्कोपस, तो मतलब हो ही जाएगा, स्कोपस का कोई इशू ही नहीं। ठीक है, अब एसएससीआई और मतलब वेब ऑफ साइंस, एसएससीआई, एबीडीसी भी आराम से आएगा अगर आपने सिर्फ इसको अच्छे से आपने कर लिया। ठीक है, so first we are doing the co-citation, cited references. We are taking the unit of analysis cited references and then we create. So minimum number of citation of a cited reference is 14. We are reducing it. So after the reduction, suppose make it 4 or 5. Okay. So if a cited reference has either 5 or more than 5 citation, that will be included in co-citation and there are total. Yes. Yes. Okay, tell me. Yeah, go to the create. Okay, so you want to ask the process. Okay, fine. Co-citation. I have just clicked on the co-citation. Thereafter, my unit of analysis is cited references. And then I'm clicking on the next button. Fine. Then I'm just reducing this criteria. Why I'm reducing this criteria? Because we can see out of 2, 4, 8, 1 cited references, there are total 3 meets the threshold. So that's why I'm reducing the number of citations because we are interested at least some 20, 50 number of articles. Okay. So while making it 5, it is giving 22. We can make it 4 also, so it gives 30. We can make it 3, so it gives 56. So this is all depend upon our like the subjective argument or the reasonings. We can keep it, चलो इसको 4 रख लेते हैं, then we will get the 30 items and thereafter just click on finish. Okay, so now you can see these are the cited references which has some similarities that fall under the similar color. Clustering is there, so each and everything like that, each and every information given is there like the keyword co-references. But our concern is something different from this cited references. So then we will go to the items. Again, we can identify there are total 8 items. Okay. So out of these 8 items, we do the same thing and then we identify the articles for each and every cited references. Okay. We are not interested to create any kind of network diagram or any kind of visualization because our concern is to identify the best paper. Okay, our concern is to identify the best paper. Achha, one more thing. How many research articles in our sample? Some 8,000 or sorry 800 or 1,000 something. Huh? But in this analysis, you can see while creating this particular thing, 2,481. It means that they have analyzing all the cited reference irrespective of availability in our sample size or not. Because in our sample size there is only 800 or 1,000 people, but it is analyzing 24,000 or whatever. So that is a very higher number. It means even the papers which is not in our sample, that is also analyzed with this particular co-citation analysis. Okay. So now you tell me if there is a very old paper, very old means very foundational. Acha, how many of you are from the finance or even they have studied the corporate finance? हाँ? कॉमर्स में तो सबने पढ़ा होगा ना कॉर्पोरेट फाइनेंस या तो फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट तो सबने पढ़ा है इसमें थियरी होती है डिविडेंड थियरी और फेमाफेंस थियरी मार्कोविस मॉडल ये सब थियरी अलग अलग थियरी होती है टू फैक्टर थियरी थ्री फैक्टर थियरी पोर्टफोलियो ऑप्टिमाइजेशन के लिए जो आपका सीएपीएम होता है कैपम की थियरी सो देयर आर डिफरेंट थियरीज इन दिस कॉर्पोरेट फाइनेंस और फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट फाइन but if you are doing something or even you are doing on dividend, you are working on dividend, so you have to with the different theories like your hypothesis or even the traditional approach or relevance, irrelevance, बहुत सारी चीजें, so you have to read those all things. But if you go and search the literature that is related to the dividend or even that is related to the portfolio optimization, okay, or diversification, it is very rarely possible that it include the basic paper of the pharma bench or Jodi pharma bench three factor or more than three factor model. So it is very rarely possible that you will include that foundational paper. But if someone is working on their research, so definitely they have to build some argument, some theoretical foundation to banana padega. And for the theoretical foundation, they have to read that theoretical paper, the basic paper. And that basic paper we can get और आप एक मुझे बात बताओ कि suppose if there is a total मान लेते हैं there are 20 students, out of the 20 students if 10 are working on dividend theory, so there is a possibility कि all 10 students will cite both the Gilani Miller or even the relevance Jordan theory जो भी है, so they will cite their seminal or their like the basic paper in their research work. So each and everyone will cite the same paper. And if we start analyzing the co-citation, so in that case, the co-citation will be very high for the pharma bench research article. So can we identify if some other students is also planning to do the research on dividend theory? So without any effort, can they identify, yeah, this is the one of the most important theoretical paper which I have to read before I start the work in this particular domain. Similar like the psychology और कहीं भी आप चले जाओ तो उसमें आपका psychology में है आपका अल्बर्ट बंडूरा की कोई theory है social learning theory ऐसे करते हैं अल्बर्ट बंडूरा की how people of the individual learn the things from their surroundings and what are the percentage of the learning from the surroundings from the born और मतलब अलग अलग जगह से वो कितना क्या so there is a theory related to the अल्बर्ट बंडूरा social role theory or something ऐसा कुछ है so you can search on the Google Albert Bandura, so you can I think you get the information about him. So can we say that by analyzing the co-citation, we can identify the most important or seminal paper, seminal research articles of your domain? Or can we say that we can identify the theoretical paper of your domain? Theoretical means which paper is most important. Okay, and that should be read once or twice before starting this particular work. वो तो मिल जाएंगे. And if you identify those research articles, and then if you map those research articles and their findings, their theoretical foundation, how that theories are using this particular research domain. So can you make a table that is related to the theoretical underpinning of your domain? So that are the very important paper, and that papers are always like the utilized by each and every research scholars. अब आप एक बात बताओ कि if you are interested to publish your research work in a good journal, okay, so why a good journal provide opportunity or even a good journal accept your research article? If it is more informative, if the audience is very much interested, it is similar like the movie theaters में जब movie आती है, so why distributor will invest or even the producer will invest in that particular project. If they identify this particular project is very interesting and mass audience will be interested once it finished, and they will start showing their attention regarding this particular movie or particular event, then definitely they will start investing. Similarly, if your research work become useful for maximum number of research scholars, then definitely that will be easily get published, or even it is publishable in a good or the reputed journal, and when it will be become more important or more relevant for the maximum number of researchers for this. When you give the most important papers, the list of the most important papers, their findings, their theoretical ground, what are the theoretical things in one table. Means कि मान लो कि बहुत सारे लोगों को they have to read some multiple numbers of papers and then they identify the theoretical things. Okay, but if you are giving a very comprehensive table which identifies the most important 15 or 20 paper and then you synthesize those all 20 papers. Okay, each and everything of those all 20 papers. So I do not think it will become more informative and the more useful documents for each and every research scholars of that particular domain. तो आपने एक काम तो यही कर दिया कि आपने theoretical things दे दिया. So there is two main purpose of a research article. One purpose to identify the theoretical things, and second purpose to identify the research gap. So for the co-citation analysis, we identify the most important or the theoretical research work of a particular domain. Fine. So let's try to identify the most important documents of this particular domain. So the total citation is 40. You can see. अभी हम क्या करते हैं कि let's export this one, and this is the co-citation file. Click to the export, and thereafter just any doubt. In this LR folder, co-citation file is there. I click Control A, Control C, and यहीं पे एक और था ना, co-citation scopus, तो इसी में कर लेते हैं. Okay, so I'm just creating another file here. Let's see. Why I'm not able to copy this one? Yes, yeah. Okay, so now you can see this is the information related to this particular document. This is bit messy, so but if you look into it very attentively, then you can see Abbas Muhammad combined effect of perceived political and psychological capital on job satisfaction, turnover intention and performance, Journal of Management. And this paper is published in one of the top tier journal, the Journal of Management. So even many of the finance scholars, or even I don't think about to send my paper in this Journal of Management. Okay, so this is the very reputed journal, and this is like the Nobel Prize. Okay, so this is matlab ki even in once in a life, if I get a review from this particular journal, that is the great achievement for me. If I get a review, or even if I get a rejection along with some comments, that will be a blessing for me. Okay. So this kind of journal, this is Journal of Management. So now you can search, and then you can also look into this paper. So this paper get published in 2014. So now you get the quality paper. Okay. And then once you start reading this quality paper, then you can identify the most theoretical. Another paper you can see, this is also in the psychology. So the theory of plant behavior, organizational behaviors, and human decisions process. Okay. So this is also one of the very much seminal paper. Okay. And along with this, you can also see the total link strength and the citation. Achha, if we sort this citation, if we sort this one to the Z to A, means ki highest to lowest, and then you can see a meta-analysis of impact of positive psychological capital on employee attitude, behaviors, and performance. This is the title. Okay. And the other information is given here. This is the Human Research Development Quarterly. This is also very good journal. Total citation is 42. So you can read this paper. Apart from this, you can also see very clearly this A.W. James B. He has done some sort of paper, some sort of research, that 4 and 5 research, and those all 4 and 5 research articles are highly cited in your domain, in your psychological domain. So can we say that he is the one of the author which should be followed if you are interested to do your work in this particular field. Okay, and you should read the work of this particular researcher or this researcher. Fine. And then you synthesize the things, you can identify, once you get the number of articles, then you can get lots of things from that article. So you just synthesize those whole articles, which 10 or 20 articles, and then you can see how easily you are getting your publication. आपको अगर कुछ भी नहीं करना है ना, you just go for the systematic literature review, do this particular process, and then identify some 20 research articles that is very important on the base of no citation, and then just download that 20 research articles, and then synthesize those all 20 research articles, identify the theoretical ground, theoretical underpinning of these research articles. Okay, and only report that particular things, only report the the relevant things, what methodology they have used, what kind of problems they have identified, and what are the research gaps they have identified, how these all articles are used in the other research domain. So आप ऐसे करके just identify these things and just synthesize each and every things of this all 20 papers. You get a publication in Scopus easily. सिर्फ आप इसको कर लो, इसके बाद इसके बाद कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं, आराम से publication मिलेगा. प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हमें पता ही नहीं चलता है कि हमको पढ़ना क्या है और पढ़ करके निकालना कहाँ से क्या है. अब आपको पता चल गया कि हमको इसमें से निकालनी है चीजें. ठीक है. सो दिस इज द को साइटेशन. सो एनी डाउट और एनी क्वेश्चन इन द को साइटेशन? सर अभी 15 मिनट है अपने पास. कंप्लीट का अवसर 10 से 15 मिनट. आप लोग बताइए. If you need break, then I will give the break. And if you don't need break, then I will give break.
Yes.
ठीक है 5 मिनट लगेगा.
चल.
5 ठीक है 5 मिनट ब्रेक कर दीजिए, जल्दी करो.
हाँ, तो सिर्फ एक चीज बचा हुआ है, फिर उसको कंप्लीट कर लेंगे, क्योंकि देखो इसमें चीजें तो बहुत है. ठीक है, बट मैं सिर्फ उतनी चीजें बताना चाहता हूँ कि जिससे आपका पब्लिकेशन आसान हो जाए और आप मतलब बहुत सारे इंफॉर्मेशन रिट्राइव कर सकें. सो द अनदर थिंग इज द कपलिंग, and let's start doing the bibliographic coupling. So let's create on the coupling. Then I'm just clicking on the documents. Okay, documents, sources, authors, organization, and country. So we are clicking on the documents because this is the one of the important. Now you can see the minimum number of citation of a documents is 0. The total number of analysis is 300. So the total number of documents you have downloaded in your sample is 300. So that's why it is showing 300. Okay, so earlier it was 24,000 or something. It means we are analyzing every cited references in this particular sample. Now we are only analyzing the the documents which is within our sample. So in our sample there is total 300 documents. So we are going to analyze these 300 documents. If we keep this for the 3 citations or 4 citations, so ऐसा करते हैं कि we just keep 2 citation. Okay, or even we can also keep हाँ 2 रख देते हैं. We just keep 2 citation, or even we can like the reduce it to the ये 0 भी कर सकते हैं. तो चलिए पहले मैं इसको 2 या 3 पे कर देता हूँ. Then we get the 41. So these are the name of the documents. Again, we have to perform the same thing like the documents ID. Okay, and then we match the title and object from the related document ID. We export it from here. Fine. यहाँ से you can just click here and export the selected documents. Okay. Coupling, threshold 3. So I think you can see the document ID is given here. Book 1. So this is the document and this is the document ID. And number of citation is given here. Total link strength is given here. Okay. So on the basis of this document ID, can we say that these are the only analysis, means this is the analysis only done on the sample. Now let's come to the boss viewer. And again, click to the finish. No. Although this diagram is not that much beautiful compared to the occurrences, but you can see in this diagram we have lots of information, and this diagram itself gives the research, future research agenda. How we get the future research agenda? So just click on the items. Okay. So we have clicked on the items. There are total 24 clusters. But in each and every clusters, you can see there is only single documents. And if we go to the analysis, and then if we change this particular cluster size, where is the cluster size? Minimum cluster size is 5. If we keep it 5 and then try to update, although it will not get updated. Okay. So cluster number 1, cluster number 2, cluster number 3. So only there are 3 clusters which has homogeneity. Okay. Apart from the third cluster, all other clusters are individual. And if the clusters are individual, it means we can say we have this much number of research here for the future research agenda, because there is very few research work done on this particular things. Means the documents number LIM 2025, GAO 2025A, JN 2025, and these all are the very recent documents you can see. These all are the recent documents. So if the recent researchers, they are working on a single or a one particular theme or one particular topic. Okay. So can we say that particular topic or that particular research work is the emerging trend of this particular domain? So now we have identified the emerging trend. Okay. So we just synthesize this particular thing, this cluster number 1, 2, 3. Okay. And thereafter we just like take this all 24 clusters, identify the research papers, and then again read the paper, synthesize, and then give the future research agenda. So even by utilizing the post-citation analysis and bibliographic coupling, you can write a research paper, okay, and you can get published in Scopus, at least in Scopus. सिर्फ इन दोनों से आपका काम हो जाएगा. बाकी जो है डिस्क्रिप्टिव के लिए कि नंबर ऑफ टेबल्स और वो सब जो चीजें कैसे बनानी है, so that you can make it by Excel. Excel में you have the data, you know how to use the VLOOKUP and how to use the pivot table. So by utilizing the pivot table and VLOOKUP data, you can do it. Okay. हाँ, एक लास्ट चीज सेशन खत्म होने से पहले, if you are making a table which shows, जैसे मैं अपने ही पेपर में आपको बता देता हूँ, because I did this and that time I was not that much informed about the bibliometric, and that was my second bibliometric paper, and that's why I missed that particular thing. But now I think, yeah, that is also very much important. So अच्छा, इंटरनेट तो नहीं चल रहा है, कोई बात नहीं, वो मेरे पास है ना, इसमें डाउनलोडेड है, कोई बात नहीं, रहने दीजिए ना, यहाँ डाउनलोडेड है ना, कोई दिक्कत ही नहीं है. हाँ, दिस इज सेंट्रल बैंक डिजिटल करेंसी एजेंडाज फॉर फ्यूचर रिसर्च. अच्छा, आप लोग सोच रहे हो कि ये तो बोले थे कि बस एक ही टॉपिक है, अभी तो और टाइम लिए जा रहे हैं ना. नो प्रॉब्लम. सो this is the table number 2 where I am saying the trend started from 2018 to 2022, and there are total number of publication is 420, 34, 80 and 36 in each and every year. The cited publication citation is given here. Okay, and if someone is saying we are also interested to identify the publication trend. Okay, so publication trend means the growth trend. So if someone is saying there is total 37 articles for the 2018, and thereafter it is 171, then it is 169, then it is 205. So can you see there is a growing trend? Okay, but although this is not that much convincing answer, we are saying there is a growing trend because population is increasing, researchers are increasing. Okay, online acceptance or presence of researchers and research scholars are also increasing. So if everything is increasing, so it is very obvious each and every research domain will also observe an increased research pattern. So that's why if someone is saying there is an increasing trend in each and every year of the research publication in this particular domain, it's not that much robust answer. Okay, so how we give the answer, or how we like the report these particular things, how we identify is really there is a growing trend or not. So for these things we have to start doing a comparative analysis. Means suppose I did one research work that is recently accepted in ABS2 rank journal. So that is the UK based ranking. It is also in Scopus. So in that I have worked on indigenous women entrepreneurship. Okay, so if I identify the publication trend in women entrepreneurship, then I identify the publication trend in entrepreneurship, and then I identify the publication trend in entrepreneurship, yeah, in the gender section or in the women section. So women is the one general things, women entrepreneurship is the another general things, and third one is the entrepreneurship. And then I identify the growth trend or the growing trend in each and every main domain, and thereafter I downloaded the paper of the indigenous women entrepreneurship, and then I calculated the each and every year's incremental or the growth percentage for each and every year, and then I compare the growth percentage for each and every field or each and every segment. If the growth percentage is high but the research work is very low, then I have an evidence to say if this research domain is very attractive and there is a growth pattern, but although the research work is not coming in this particular field, and that's why we have to work on this particular domain. Fine. So this is one of the convincing way to do the analysis. So fine, that is from my side, and there are many more things evidence in this bibliometric analysis. But yeah, so if you interested or if you need to know more about this particular things, you can approach to your course instructor, Manula sir. Okay. And apart from this, if you are also interested, so you can reach to me through my mail ID. Okay, all the best for your future and all the best for your Scopus publication. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for this immense knowledge that you have given us, and we are proud that we are able to. And the knowledge that you have given us is very, very important. And we hope that our research paper that we will publish this next year success. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
There is a
Next, we welcome our second speaker, Dr. Dhareen Kumar Pandey. Is an assistant professor in IIM Sambalpur, Odisha, India. He is globally renowned researcher in the area of finance with an exceptional publication record including 81 international papers and numerous papers in high impact journals, specifically 21 ABDC A star and A category and 27 in ABDC B category. His academic distinction includes a gold medalist honor in his MCOM and a PhD from BHU Varanasi. Along with a postdoctorate from UMT Malaysia, Dr. Pandey holds significant leadership roles as the chief editor of the International Journal of Accounting, Business and Finance, and as an associate editor for multiple Scopus Index journals, including Asia Pacific Management Review and BIMTech Business Perspectives. He also serves as a member of the executive committee of the Indian Accounting Association. He is a multiple time ICAI Research Awardee, having received the Silver Shield for second best research paper award in both finance and accounting categories, among other recognition from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. We welcome you, Dr. Dhareen Pandey.
Thank you for the warm welcome. So shall I start my session?
You can start, sir.
Okay. Is the screen visible? Are the slides visible? Can you please confirm?
Yes, visible, sir.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, all of you. So at the very outset, I would like to thank the overall management of the JDMC College, the Commerce Research team, as well as the IQAC team, the organizers, for inviting me to this workshop. So today I have been given the chance to carry on the session on writing a report or a research paper. So as we start writing a report, I must congratulate all of you because this is the step when you all have already completed your data collection, analysis, and now you are finalizing your results. So once you are done with all those previous stages, now you have to plan for how you are going to report your findings. So in order to report your findings, we not only report the findings, but we have to create a structure how you are going to present your complete work. So the first point I have noted is getting started with writing. So is it okay if you start writing anytime? If I said you have completed your analysis, so please write. It will not be possible. The very first thing that you need to do is to create a time for your writing. I remember when I started, I had to join my gym. So one of my friends suggested that you first start some exercise workout in your home. Then you, after 1 month, when you get regular to that schedule, then you can join the gym. So initially I thought it is not meaningful. I can directly join the gym and then I can dedicate my time for gym. But when I joined the gym, I realized that no, actually joining a gym is not important. The discipline is more important. And in every work, you need to follow a particular discipline. So when you are writing your report or maybe a research paper, create a time for your writing indicates that design when you get time. You can start writing early in the morning, you can start writing late night, you can start writing during your office period, maybe any time, but that time should be dedicated. You should design the same time for every day. Or maybe you can finalize that no, I will not work daily, I will work once in a week. Or maybe I will work on weekends. So that thing needs to be finalized. Write when your mind is fresh. Do not take pressure of writing. Pressure may come from your peer groups, may come from your supervisors, but that is the time when you have to manage yourself. Your mind should be fresh, because when your mind is fresh, the idea that will be curated from your mind will be pure, and it will be the perfect time for writing the paper. Find a regular writing place. Writing place is also very important. Why I start writing, I cannot start writing in my office. If I'm working in the office and as well as writing the paper, it is not possible for me because I have several distractions. Find a quiet place where you can start writing without any distraction. Set goals and achieve them. Setting goals doesn't mean that I will complete my paper within 30 days, I will complete my paper within a 20 days time or maybe 15 days time. That is not a goal. A goal is smaller one. Set smaller goals. I will write 100 words today. While sitting, you decide I will write 100 words. I will write introduction section. I will complete my background. So that goal you have to complete. When you start writing, you complete that goal and then you can stop writing. Use word processing. Word processors are suggested because if you use word processing, for example, MS Word, whatever comes in your mind, you pen down. If you are writing on paper and then you have to bring it on word processing, that will be a complex process. But if you start typing on your word processing, you can randomly check for grammar, check for spelling mistakes, and whatever you write will be almost a draft, final draft. Generate a plan for your report. Plan means the outline. Unless and until you don't have the outline, what I have to start, where to start, where to end, you cannot complete a proper report. Finish each writing session on a high point. Means if you are writing and you feel exhausted, don't stop. That is not the point of stopping. When you feel energetic, you're feeling good, you're feeling that you are performing well, you can stop there. That will add more energy to your writing skills. So always stop writing when you are feeling good, not after when you are feeling exhausted. Get friends to read and comment on your work. This is the most important part. When you judge yourself, you will always find some kind of bias behavior. So in order to save your work from this biased behavior, you must share your work with your friends, with your colleagues, maybe your supervisor to look after. So when the drafts are sent to your friends, obviously they will be critical and they will give you some suggestions that will improve your writing. Next is the structuring of your research report. Previously, I mentioned that you must plan an outline of your report. That outline must be a proper structure. What are the contents of your report? The abstract, the introduction. Abstract is a brief summary of your report. The introduction, literature review, methods, results, discussion, conclusions, references, and appendices. These form your final report. So let me start with the abstract. See, the writing part is very important. I will always say you that unless until you have a good storyline, your report will not be interesting. So make it interesting from the beginning. As soon as you write the abstract, you should keep in mind that the abstract should create some interest. Unless the interest is created, you cannot prepare a good report. For example, say, have you seen the trailers for the movies? The whole movie is not released beforehand, but the trailer is released. The posters are released. From the trailers, you can come to know that what is the storyline. It creates interest inside you. You feel that the trailer is like the abstract. If the abstract is interesting, obviously, I will read the full paper. If I find the abstract is not interesting, why I will waste my time? I don't have to waste my time for any rubbish work. So you have to create that interest within the mind of the readers that this paper has something valuable, and that value must be reflected in your abstract. And what comes in the abstract? In your abstract, you should mention what were your research question and why were they important. How did you go about answering the research questions? Means what were the methods? What was the data? What did you find out in response to these questions? What were the findings? Have you successfully answered the research questions? And what conclusions can be drawn? So let me show you an example of abstract. See, this is an abstract of a research paper in Finance Research Letters, and then you have to submit an abstract of only 100 words. When you have word limits, be careful. You may have word limit of 350 words, maybe 250 words, maybe 150 or maybe 100. So this is an example of 100 words. You can see the first line, we examine the immediate short-term effects of the election results. So this is the research question. Then using event study analysis, this is the method that has been used in this paper. On 1546 NSE listed firms, this is the sample. And find significant adverse market reactions around the counting day. This is the finding. However, the market recovers with expectations of a stable government. This is the finding. Sectoral analysis showed varied recovery across sectors. Cross-sectional analysis indicates that larger firms and those with better fundamentals manage uncertainties better, while volatile and highly priced stocks suffer more. This is the finding. Then again, the findings theoretically contribute to the semi-strong form of efficient market and uncertain information hypothesis. So this is the theoretical contribution of your paper. Am I audible? Am I audible? Can you please respond? Because I'm not getting any sound from your end.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. See, in case you have any questions, you can ask in between also. Don't wait for the session to end.
Surely.
Okay. If anyone has any question till now, you can please ask.
Anyone with any question? No, sir.
Okay, then I will proceed. So this is another example of writing an abstract. You can see with a sample of 679 listed firms, integrating the event study method and cross-sectional analysis. See the sample as well as the methodology. We examine the stock market reaction to mandatory sustainability reporting regulation in India. See, the research question is also there. The setting is also from which country, India. The findings are given. After the findings, you guys see one standard deviation change in ESG leads to minus 0.77%, minus 0.45, and minus 0.61%. Significant changes in these cars respectively. So this is the economic significance of the results. So you can make the abstract as interesting as possible based on the word limits. So the word limit for this journal was 150. The findings align with the value relevance idea and the reputational risk theory, but contradict the reservoir of goodwill hypothesis. So the findings are supporting a particular hypothesis, a particular theory as well as contradicting to a particular theory that has been mentioned in the abstract. So theoretical contributions are also mentioned.
अभी भेजता हूँ, अभी लाइट कट गया था, तो mix
So this is the example of an abstract from Emerald Publishers. In Emerald, you will have to submit a structured abstract. A structured abstract means you have to provide the abstract in a particular structure. See, the first structure, the purpose, design, methodology, and approach. Third one is findings, and then original value. So from here also you can decide that what important contents we need to place in the abstract. So abstract is a very important feature of your paper or your report because it will tell the whole story briefly. Similarly as the movie trailer, what the movie is all about. So that was all about abstract. If you have any questions from abstract, you can please ask. Then we have the introduction. What you include in the introduction? Introduction, after the abstract, introduction is also a very important part of your report. The introduction must start with the background and motivation. Give some background about the topic which you have examined. Create the interesting story. Then what motivates you? Why this research is important? The motivation. Then discuss the research questions and a clear statement of research objectives. When you discuss the research questions, obviously they will lead to some research objectives. Discuss what prior studies have found and what are the theoretical underpinnings for your topic, for your research questions. Then this may entwine as much theories as possible, but don't go for using more theories. Don't overburden your introduction by introducing more theories. I think based on your topic, you can select 2 or 3 theories that very much align to your research objectives. Then discuss the research gap. That is the most important part of your introduction. Until you discuss the gap, what is the importance of doing this study? Why you conducted this study? Why it is important? Yes, because we are filling this gap. The literature has some kind of gap. That gap is being filled from this study. What are you doing to fill this gap? Okay, you have defined the gap. What you are doing? So we are using such and such methods. We are examining such and such variables, and then we are finding. Then the contributions, how your study contributes to the existing literature as well as to the existing theories. Whether it extends a particular theory, it extends the particular literature in the field, whatever contributions you have to provide. So this is an example of a short introduction in letters format. When you go for writing the introduction, you have to combine your background, research questions, theories, prior studies, as well as the contribution in the introduction part. So literature and introduction both gets combined into the introduction section. So you can see the first and second paragraph deals with the background and the research question. If you go through this paragraph, you will find out they discuss the background. The background is about in India, the 2024 general elections were announced to be held from 19 April to 1st June 2024 in 7 phases to elect all 543 members of the 18th Lok Sabha. While the NDA eyed a third consecutive win, the opposition was united to defeat this strong coalition. The NDA has been in power for the last 10 years with the strong leadership of the Indian Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi, who has marked policy stability and excellent economic reforms. During this period, India's stock market capitalization crossed the $4.3 trillion mark, overtaking Hong Kong as the world's fourth largest with the triple Nifty 50 index. So this is the setup, the background. Why this study is important will come after discussing the background. Unless you give a background, you cannot explain your story. So obviously, everywhere in any story you have to create some kind of background. Unless background is developed, you cannot generate the moral of the story. You cannot generate what is the significance of the story. So while there were expectations of a landslide victory, there were surprise results against exit poll results. The votes were counted on 4th June 2024, and the outcome was not encouraging as the BJP alone did not receive the desired majority, thus increasing uncertainty about forming a stable government. So this is all about, we started talking about the election, then we started talking about the long leadership of the Indian Prime Minister for the last 10 years, how the policies have developed, how the economic reforms have taken form. Briefly, we discussed this. Then we also discussed how the Indian stock market has grown, the stock market capitalization has increased to which levels, and the Nifty 50 tripled during this period. So this was all set up, and then we discussed that uh, the results were opposite to those that were shown in the exit polls. It was means not encouraging because BJP didn't came in full majority. So the unexpected election outcome does cause the market to drop sharply by 8.5%. Means the uncertainty that led due to the expectations of an unstable government. That is our main focus point. That is the reason why we are examining this topic. So slowly and gradually you are building the storyline. After you have discussed the background, you have to discuss the previous studies and literature. You can see how the research questions are discussed. Studies suggest significant political changes bring market volatility. Concomitantly, inconsistent public policies can affect investment values. And while investors try to avoid risk, uncertainty is common during elections. While policy-related uncertainty can hinder economic recovery and lead to a sluggish market, political uncertainty impacts crash risk. What are the possibilities when market face such kind of uncertainty? This has been discussed. Thereafter, the return and risk levels of stocks can be influenced by political factors, especially political uncertainty. Hence, we pose the following questions, how the questions are developed. Without discussing the background, you cannot generate your research questions. Does the stock market anticipate election outcomes? What is the extent to which the election resolves economic uncertainty? And how does it impact stock prices? How do public sector react to the trade? Finally, does the resolution of uncertainties immediately impact the market? Then you discuss your objectives and then the contributions. See the contribution part, this study contributes to the finance literature as it examines the dynamic behind the biggest single day fall of the Indian stock market after COVID-19. So this was the significant point why this study is important. Since COVID-19, the market has not experienced such a big fall on a single day. Second, it segregates the impact of election outcome on PSUs and different industries. So the variety of the results. And it examines the role of firm level variables in driving such impacts. So unless you present your contributions, your study, although you have done a hard job, you have done really a great job, you have done a good analysis, you have collected data, your findings are very interesting, but if you are not able to create the storyline, your paper will not seem interesting. So the storyline is always important. In the next part, see the theories and literature are discussed and how the hypothesis is created. So that was all about introduction. Then why a literature review? After the introduction, you need to provide the literature review. And the literature review is used to set your study in a wider context. You have discussed the background, you have discussed briefly discussed prior studies, theories, that are aligning with your research objectives. The research gap, briefly you have discussed. That research gap has arisen from the literature review. So in the literature review, you have to deeper. You have to delve deeper into your previous literature. And then you have to find out what research gap is existing. Then your literature review will always, when you are giving some gap, you are developing the research gap, you have to provide how my study will cover those gaps, how my study will fill those gaps, means how my study will extend the previous literature, and always acknowledge previous literature. No one here can say that I am Gautam Buddha. I started writing and I knew everything. No work has been done previously on my topic. This is a new topic and it is purely my idea. Nothing related to this topic has ever been done. So you have to come out from that frame and then you have to acknowledge existing studies. If you find that in the same setup any previous study has been conducted, you do acknowledge and you try to find out the research gap, that you can find out if the paper is really good, you can find the research gap in their conclusion section. In the conclusion section, every good study will suggest future research agendas. So from those future research agendas, you are able to find out the gap and then you can extend that previous study. And then you accordingly you formulate the hypothesis discussing the aligning theories. So in this slide, you can see how the theories are discussed and then that the discussion has led to this hypothesis one. So the basis of this hypothesis will be the previous theories as well as the previous findings. Without previous findings and previous theories, you cannot develop any hypothesis. If you are developing any hypothesis without discussing previous literature, previous theory, it is obvious that the paper or the report will get rejected, because hypothesis should always be supported with proper literature. If possible, wherever possible, you can always include a framework. A theoretical framework will always add value to your literature review. For example, see in this paper, the framework has been developed. It starts from the mandatory sustainability reporting regulation. This leads to investors' perceptions. Investors' perceptions can go positive if they perceive it as a value relevance. It will be treated as a good news. If they perceive it is a compliance burden, then obviously they will treat it as a bad news. And if they treat it as a good news, the impact will be positive, means the prices will go up. If they perceive it as bad news, it means the stock prices will go down. So based on this, the hypotheses are supported. See, hypothesis one has been taken as compliance burden, and we expect that this regulation will lead to negative stock returns. Then we form the second hypothesis. Based on the bad news or good news, it will have positive or negative impact. Hypothesis 3, top 100 listed firms. Since the announcement was directly affecting the top 1,000 listed firms, it is obvious that if they perceive it as a compliance burden, means cost increasing event, these 1,000 companies will be impacted more. So this is the third hypothesis. The fourth one, grossly polluting industries. So obviously it is a mandatory sustainability reporting regulation. So it is expected that the grossly polluting industries will face more impact because it will be a compliance burden for grossly polluting industries. Then we have the fifth hypothesis, means ESG reputation. If the ESG reputation is high, it will have positive impact on the positive returns and also on the negative returns. Means companies with good ESG reputation will be resilient to negative impacts of the event. Similarly, companies with low ESG reputation will face more impact. So this is how you generate your framework. So framework always comes from discussing theories as well as previous literature. So this is the paper. In the paper, abstract I have already discussed. In the introduction, the yellow highlighted is the background. The background has been discussed. The background as well as the motivation. In the green highlights, you can see prior studies means prior studies are discussed. Then we discuss the motivations in detail with blue color. You can see these are the motivations. These motivations are crucial for informing policymakers, investors, and corporations. Whatever motivates you, you have to note down. Given the limited literature, in this case, what is being done? We conduct an event study analysis to assess the impact of mandatory BRSR regulation on the stock market returns. Although we examine the same event, our investigation differs from Desai in several ways. So see, we have also mentioned that Desai 2023 have examined the same event, same kind of study, but how we could have written that no previous study has done this kind of analysis or nothing. That could be done, but that is not ethical. You should always acknowledge previous studies and find out what limitations it has. So the first, Desai 2023 only investigates the top 100 affected firms. Our initial sample includes all firms listed on the NSE. Second, the event period was full of confounding events. Announcement of dividend, bonus, and quarterly results. We exclude such firms from our sample. Third, we compare the abnormal returns of the affected and unaffected groups of the firms. Fourth, we examine the sector-wise impact of the event. And finally, through the cross-sectional analysis, we assess how prior ESG reputation drives the abnormalities around the event. So this is how you differentiate your study from the previous studies. So this is an important part. Then the empirical findings contribute. These are the contributions. How the paragraphs are divided. And finally, how the rest of the paper follows. So when you go through different reports, different research papers, obviously you will come to know the pattern, how researchers around the globe, they are writing. You can follow any pattern. You can follow a particular journal or maybe a group of journals. You download their papers, go through the papers. For better writing, it is always suggested read, read, and read. The more you read, the more better you will write. And when reading, it is also suggested that don't read garbage. You should always read quality papers. Top tier papers are always suggested, because if you not read good quality papers, obviously you will not write good papers. Eat healthy and your body will be healthy. Read healthy and your paper will be healthy. So if you have any questions from the introduction and literature section, then you can ask or we may proceed. Any questions from the introduction section? Do I have any questions from the audience? Actually, I'm not able to see the audience also. No? Means sometimes I feel that I'm the only one who is speaking. I wonder someone is listening or not. Can I get any question from any of the participants? Any question? I could not hear anything. Any questions?
No, sir. No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. See, in the theories and hypothesis development section, you can find out the theories are discussed, the previous studies are discussed, and then the first hypothesis is developed. The mandatory BRSR announcement will have a significant negative impact on stock returns. So for every hypothesis, you have to create a story. You have to create a story entwining the previous findings as well as the existing theories. See, for the second hypothesis, you can see previous literature argues that sectoral heterogeneities may exist during significant events. While a sector may be more sensitive to an event, the other may remain insignificant. For instance, Ahmad et al. 2021, while examining a major black swan event, COVID-19, document heterogeneous impacts across different sectors in the US, UK, and European financial markets. Khutia and Harmath 2019 and Gopakumar et al. 2022 evidence heterogeneous sectoral impacts of monetary policy announcements in India and the introduction of value-added tax in the United Arab Emirates, respectively. The heterogeneous sectoral characteristics tend to make them react differently. Hence, we hypothesize the following. The mandatory BRSR announcement will heterogeneously impact sector-wise stock returns. So this is how you create a hypothesis. For every hypothesis, you have to provide supporting findings that will make your propositions more credible. Then the framework is developed. So the most important part again, I must not say the most important because almost all the parts are important. So one of the important section is the method section. Method is very important. Nothing comes all of a sudden. You cannot give the findings so interesting, so inspiring findings, but which method you have used, how you cannot define. So it is always suggested the method part should be clear. It should not be ambiguous. Your method section should be like if anyone downloads the data suggested by you and then starts doing the same analysis, his results should always match with yours. The method and data section should be as lucid as possible. Do not hide anything. Even the minutest part should be discussed in your paper. This will increase your credibility. If your data, your methods are clear, obviously the readers, if they will replicate your study and they find out that the findings are matching, it will build your credibility. And credibility is very important in academia. So what is the first point? Setting. What was the research setting? As you saw in the abstract, it was mentioned the low and middle income country, India. India was the setup. So always discuss the setting. Why did you choose that particular setting? Why India is important? Because India represents among the largest emerging nations. Anyway, you have to justify your choice. What ethical issues were raised by the study? Was there any ethical issues? And if yes, how were they addressed? So in my study, it was not there, so it is not applicable. But if applicable, you should always discuss. Participants means how many participants were there in the analysis? How were they selected? For example, if you go for a secondary data work, you can see what are the participants. The participants are the sample size. You must see in the data section, it has been discussed. we retrieved the daily closing prices of 1949 firms. So this is the participant in a secondary data research. Then what were their characteristics? The characteristics is discussed using summary statistics, whether the sample is diverse or it is homogeneous. How were refusals and non-returns handled? In case of structured questionnaires, if you send questionnaires to different participants and then you collect data through those, in that case, in primary data research, these all questions are important. And if means for our case in secondary data, what we do, you have to discuss missing data, how the missing data has been managed. Then materials, what test scales, interview or observation schedules, questionnaires were used, means the methods, the tools that you have used. For example, in the abstract, you must have seen the event study method and the cross-sectional regression. These two methods have been discussed. So the same in detail you should mention in your method section. How were purpose-made instruments developed? In a primary research, you need to discuss everything, how the constructs were developed, how the instrument was developed. You have to mention everything. Nothing should be opaque. How were the resulting data analyzed? The analysis part. Then the procedure. So let me come to the paper. See, here we discuss the data. The selection of NSC listed. This is the justification of the sample. Why you have selected NSC listed forms. The selection of the NSC listed forms ensure robustness, leveraging their adherence to regulatory standards, market diversity, stakeholder familiarity, and data availability. So these are the factors why we consider NSC listed forms. This choice enhances the study's reliability, accessibility, and ability to capture market trends over time, strengthening its relevance and applicability. So this is all we are supporting why we choose NSE listed firms. The NSE is the largest stock exchange in India with higher liquidity given the larger trading volumes. And we also support this statement from a prior published study. So whichever statement you make, you should make support it from any previous study. We retrieved the data of daily closing prices, 1949 firms from, this is the sample period, you have given the dates, and the control variables from the PROVES database. So we are also mentioning the database from where the data was downloaded. However, the initial sample passes through several filter stages. See, what filtering stages have been taken. You have to disclose everything. So initially we have a stage 1 sample determination for testing hypothesis 1 and 2. What was the initial sample? It was 1949. What were excluded? The source has been given, PROVES IQ database. Exclude if missing values during 252-day estimation window. See, we have deleted these number of firms, missing values using the 15-day event window. These number of firms have been deleted, then 0 returns during the event and estimation window. So again, minus 433. So these numbers of firms have been deleted from the initial sample. Then we have controlling confounding events. Exclude the firms which have declared dividend, bonus issues, and or quarterly results during the period 26 April 2021 to 17th May 2021, minus 262. And the final sample arrives at 679. So this is the description how you so each and every minute detail must be given. In the text also you can find it is written However, the initial sample passes through several filter stages. Stage 1, we exclude forms with insufficient data during the estimation and event windows, followed by the forms with a significantly higher number of zero returns, indicating illiquidity. And we have also supported using a previous study. So this support is always important. We are disclosing each and every fact. Nothing should look opaque. You are not doing any magic. The same sample comes to 629. How this 629 comes? This has also been disclosed. See, controlling financial firms. The financial firms have been controlled, missing control variables, and then final sample arises 629 for the hypothesis 3 and hypothesis 4. Again, for the hypothesis 5, we do not have the data for ESG score. So our final sample for hypothesis 5 is 240. Every minute detail has been disclosed in the paper. And it is a ethical practice you should always do in your report. Now the procedures. What were the characteristics of the interviewers, observers applicable in primary research, and how they were trained? How valid and reliable do you think the procedures were? What instructions were given to participants? How many interviewers, observers, questionnaires were there? How long did they last? Where did they take place? When was the research carried out? Means the time period when you have collected the data. That is very important. See, again, in this sample, you can see when we describe the data and data sources, the banking sector includes 41 banks listed on the NSE. However, owing to insufficient trading data during the sample period, we omitted 4 banks from the sample. Every single omission has been mentioned. We retrieved the daily closing prices of 37 banks from the ESG scores from www.crisil.com and control variables from Proves IQ database. If you follow this paper, if you start reading this paper and you follow this paper, you download the data, you have been provided with the data source. From the same data source, you download the data. Following the same methodology, you can see the methods have been discussed. Using the same method, you do the analysis, and then you can correlate whether your findings and findings of this paper match or they are not matching. If not matching, obviously my research or the research in this paper will not be credible. If it matches, obviously you will start following my papers, you will start following the methodology, and you will get interested. So it is always better to create a credible image. So always disclose all the parts, all the process that you have undertaken in the data filtering stage as well as the methodology part, because nothing can be done with the help of a magic wand. You downloaded the data with a magic wand and then you did the research. No, nothing. Everything should be clear. Then once the analysis data methods procedures have been discussed in the paper, you move on to the results section. In the results section, you will have to report the facts that have been discovered in your research. You have to discuss the answers to the research questions that you have developed in the initial part of the report. So how you discuss the results? See, after discussing the results, you can always summarize the findings in a table form or maybe in a form of an image or maybe a form of a particular framework. Let me come back to the paper where the results are discussed. See, the methods have been discussed in detail. Even you can find the critical t values for different sample sizes to avoid confusion in the mind of the readers, because you have different sample sizes. Different sample size will have a different degree of freedom. Different degrees of freedoms will lead to different critical values at different significance level. That must be disclosed that for this sample, the critical value was this. For this sample size, the critical value was. So accordingly, based on the sample size, this has been disclosed. So you make the paper as crystal clear as possible. The more easy your paper is to read and understand, the more number of citations you will get, the more impact it will have. Because unless someone understands your paper, your analysis, they will not cite your paper. So the variable definitions, all these are very important. You have to define everything. All the equations, how they have been calculated, which test statistics have been used, everything you have to disclose in the data and method section. The characteristics of the sample, this is the descriptive statistics. It will help you define how diverse your sample and the variables have been. All the models you have to present. Go in detail, don't be brief. Unless you are writing a latest format research report or research paper, you should always go in detail. If you don't have any word limit, always disclose all the things. Even in case of letters, you can find out the ways how you can disclose. In letters format, what happens, you have to present your findings in only 2000 words or maybe 2500 words. But again, you have the option to add appendices. You can disclose these facts using appendices or maybe footnotes. So always disclose whatever process you have used in your data filtration as well as analysis part. See, always divide your result section, maybe every section, whether it is literature review or introduction or maybe results or discussion. It is always good to divide it into subsections. If you divide it into subsections, it will make it more understandable. See, the result section has been divided into different subsections. This subsection deals with a stock market reaction to mandatory BRSR regulation. So it gives me hints. If I have read the full paper, it hints me that this section deals with hypothesis 1. And see, we start discussing the findings about hypothesis 1. After discussing the findings, in the first paragraph, you can see the findings have been discussed. Then what we do, we always entwine with the existing theories. You always discuss your findings with existing theories unless you bind your discussion with the previous studies and previous theories, you will not have value. So this is very important. Discussions are followed. This is third part. Are affected and grossly polluting forms impacted differently? So hypothesis 3 is dealt in this 3 and 4. After the findings, you can see while Allen 2021, Grewal et al. 2019, Letran and Cockett 2023, McWilliams et al. 1993, and Razulin et al. 2023 established a pattern wherein firms directly exposed to substantial events experience nuanced impacts. This is the finding of previous studies. Okay, we experience positive market reaction, means our finding is contradictory to these previous findings. Firms from GPI are expected to react negatively owing to the exposure of reputational risk. This is hypothesis 4. So how hypothesis 3 ended? We ended it discussing with the contradictory findings, the alignment and the contradictory. Okay. You present all the figures, all the tables in the results section. Every table must have explanatory note. Every table should be such that if someone looks at your table, the reader must be able to understand what this table wants to explain. He will not need to go back to the text and find out what the authors have written about table 10, what it means. No, by looking at table 10, we can be able to understand the findings. For example, see the title, cross-sectional results for grossly polluting industries. Now we read the note. This table presents the cross-sectional results. Triple star is showing significant values at 1% level. 2 star means significant at 5% level, and single star means significant at 10% level. Variables are defined in. So for the variables, I will have to go to appendix 2. Then other important relevant things are defined in the notes. So every table must be leveraged with a explanatory note. Then again 4.4, does repetition matter? Means you have divided the results into different subsections. In different subsections, you have presented the tables, the images, and then you have discussed the findings. After discussing the findings, you have entwined with the existing literature and the existing theory. And after discussing all the findings, what we do, we should always add a table that will map your research questions, hypotheses, methods, results, and the final conclusion. So in this table, you can see the paper had 2 hypotheses. The 2 hypothesis statement has been discussed. Statement 1, statement 2. For statement 1, which methods have been applied? Event study method with the market model. T-test is used for testing. Means you are giving a gist of your full paper. Variables, abnormal returns, AAR and CAAR. Robustness checks, we have done robustness checks, we have used placebo test, we have done sensitivity analysis. Then what are the findings? What was the conclusion? The H1 is rejected. Similarly, for the second, you can see all these important factors are. So by looking at this table, you can finally summarize what was the research question, what were the methods, what was the variables, what were the robustness checks, and what were the findings. So the whole paper is summarized in a small table. For this paper also, you can see 5 hypotheses, 5 statements, the methods for different hypotheses, the different variables used for each of the hypotheses, the findings, and then finally the conclusions. So in line with your statement, in line with your methodologies used, the findings and the final conclusion, they are all discussed in a single table. And you don't need to discuss the table. You just mention that the summary of the hypothesis or the summary of the findings have been mentioned in table 15. That is enough. And if the reader goes to table 15, he will be able to get all of your idea. So you can also write the discussion section in the result section. It depends upon the type of journal you are writing for, or maybe the guidelines that your university or your institute provides for report writing. So based on that, you can also merge result and discussion together. And in case you have a different rule to follow, then you can discuss the results differently and then the discussions in a different section. And what the discussions will do, it will interpret the results and relate the findings to the original research goals and objectives and indicate implications of the research. What implications your findings have for different stakeholders. So, we have any questions from the method, results and discussion section? Any question? I'm not able to see your face, otherwise I would have raised questions to you.
So we get a question right now.
Okay, then I'm proceeding further. So finally, when you have written your introduction, you have done with your literature review section, you have discussed the data methods, the findings, results, and discussion. Then you have the conclusion section. If you look closely, na, introduction section is connected with the conclusion section, and conclusion section is connected with the introduction section. What things you have mentioned in the introduction? The background, the motivation, the previous studies, the previous theories, the gap, brief findings, and the contribution. In the conclusion, you summarize all the sections. In the conclusion, you will add what were your findings, how you started discussing with the research question, the research objective, the data set. You will start discussing the research questions and the findings. And from the findings, the implications, from the implications, the future research agendas. You will always acknowledge, in the conclusion section, you will always acknowledge your limitations. That yes, I have done this analysis, this study has been conducted with utmost diligence and due care, but again, we have some limitations. Honestly disclose the limitations and then suggest future research agendas, how future research can manage those limitations and generate new results. For example, if you are examining a particular sample, a particular state, you can always say that my findings are based on the demography of the Delhi state, and it do not have generalization to whole India, because different states have different cultural factors. So the findings you have in Delhi will not be applicable to Chennai or maybe Chandigarh. So that is the limitation. That way, always disclose your limitations and suggest way forward how future research can be conducted. Coming back to my paper, you can see the conclusion section. Again, we start with, we examine the same story. We examine the stock market reaction to mandatory BRSR regulation in India, contrary to our initial assumptions, H1, based on prior studies. So H1 was built on the assumption of the previous findings. The results reveal a significant positive impact on stock returns following the announcement of the regulation, indicating that investors perceive that sustainability disclosures enhance information transparency, reduce agency problems, and ultimately improve long-term firm value. See how we conclude from the research question to the hypothesis to the findings and then the theoretical. So that is the storyline. And then again, analyzing sectoral returns. This is hypothesis 2. Means we are summarizing all the hypotheses. We have summarized all the hypotheses, and what finally we write? Table 15 presents the summary of the hypothesis. So this is our conclusion, what we did, what we found. Now we start boasting about our contributions. Okay, so what implications our findings have for the different stakeholders, for the firms, for the investors, for the policy makers. So this paragraph deals with the implications to the different stakeholders. We are still discussing the implications. Then after implications, you can see, like all studies, this research has its limitations. This is an honest acknowledgement every research paper has, because no study is complete in its form. It cannot alone say that I have completed, I have filled all the gaps and now no gap remains, nothing. That cannot be said, and if it is said, it is a lie. So, however, these limitations do not diminish the reliability of the findings within the specified context. Yes, my research has these limitations, but these limitations are not affecting the reliability of the findings. We must always be confident that yes, our findings are robust. So first, the findings are drawn exclusively from Indian firms, which may limit their generalizability to developed markets. So this is our first limitation. Nevertheless, these findings hold significance within the context of developing nations. Although it is in the context of India, it can have impact for other emerging nations, not for developed nations. Second, the sample selection process in table 1 filters forms with missing and zero return values, thus introducing potential bias and excluding such firms from the analysis. So this is one of the limitations. We have deleted the firms with zero returns and missing data. So this can lead to some kind of bias. Future research can eliminate, means do not filter those firms, and then you can check whether the findings are similar or different. Additionally, the ESG scores were available only 240 firms. The availability of ESG scores for most firms could have benefited the analysis. In light of these limitations, future research should aim to conduct comparative studies between developing and developed markets. So while discussing the limitations of my paper, I have discussed how future research can develop upon these limitations and give new insights. Additionally, considering a broader range of ESG measures could allow more firms to be included in the sample. Further, given the short-term impact captured in event studies, conducting longitudinal studies to examine the long-term impact of mandatory sustainability reporting on the stock performance by tracking stock returns and sustainability disclosures over multiple years to assess how the relationship evolves and whether initial positive impacts are sustained over time could provide more insights into the lasting effects of sustainability reporting regulations on firm value. So in this conclusion you found, we have concluded with the findings, we have included the implications of the findings, and we have given the limitations, and after limitations we have suggested for future research agendas. So at least 4 parts you have seen in this conclusion. Then after conclusion, we have the reference section. For references, you should always list all those papers, all those studies that have been cited within the text of your report or your research paper in the reference section. Do not exclude any paper that has been cited in the text. You should always include all the papers that have been cited in the text. You should include in the reference section. And do not include any paper that has not been cited in the text. References mean all the papers that have been text cited. If not text cited, you should not include in references. So you can compare vice versa. You check references one by one, all papers are cited, then okay. You check the citations one by one, and then you check they are listed in the references, then you okay to go. Appendices are very important. I already mentioned that if you have some word limitations and you are not able to disclose all the facts related to the data or method or maybe the literature, then you can always add appendices to your report or research paper. And in the appendices, you will all mention those important disclosures. Include only essential supporting material. Essential means important, unnecessary, no need to give. For example, we had around 1900 initial forms, so I will not provide a list of 1979 forms in the appendices that this was my initial sample. That is useless. Include copies of interview schedules. Yes, in primary research, it is always important. Keep appendices to a minimum. Based upon the guidelines the journal has, your institute has, you can always decide how many appendices should be there. So all the section, if you go through, even For references, you can have a long session of 3 hours. How to write the references. You should always follow a particular style. For appendices, creating appendices can be dealt in with in a single session. So, but briefly, we can discuss that these two are also an important part of your report, because without references and appendices, your paper or your report will not be trustworthy. In this paper, you can see we have added the references. Acknowledgement is also an important part. Conflict of interest statement is also important, but the most important structure that has been discussed in the presentation today. So they are till this point. Then next, this was all about the structure of the report. Organizing the report content. So how you organize the contents? Choosing the title. As I mentioned when I was discussing about how to write the abstract. The abstract is very important part. You should always make an abstract very interesting and very informative. Informative is very important. Informative means you should always include all these important points of your overall work. So in the title, for a title should also be attractive. See, if you go through papers published in low tier journals, you will not find the topics so interesting. Okay, the title may be loosely written, it is not getting any interest. But if you go to top tier journals, you will always find the titles are very crispy. Titles should be crispy, not too long, not too short, but it should convey the meaning. It should convey the whole story, what the paper is all about. For example, the movie Border. From the title itself, you are aware that it is dealing with some thing related to the border. Similarly, paper title, for example, you see this paper. The title is Stock Market Reaction to Mandatory Sustainability Reporting. Does carbon intensity and environmental, social, and governance reputation matter? So you can see the first part, stock market reaction to mandatory sustainability reporting. It is the research question. Then you see, does carbon intensity and environmental, social, and governance reputation matter? What if markets react? If the markets react, does the carbon intensity and ESG reputation has any importance? So obviously the title is giving some idea about the paper. The paper deals with sustainability reporting, deals with a stock market reaction to such events, deals with carbon intensity and ESG reputation. So these are the variables. You can always make your paper attractive. Telling a clear story. If your story is not clear, if you're not able to generate the idea after telling the story, if the reader is still confused about what it was all about, you are developing the hypothesis based on signaling theory, but you are discussing different theories other than signaling theory. So obviously it will not be attractive. Helping the reviewer by dividing your work. As I mentioned that you divide it into different sections and the sections into different subsections, that will always help the readers. They will concentrate their mind according to those subsection headings. Previewing and summarizing sections, using suitable tables and graphics, writing in a suitable style. So the writing style, you should always be clear, you should always simple, don't make it complex. The more simple your paper is, the more understandable it is to the readers, and more impact it has on the readers, and more your paper will be cited. If your paper is complex, no one will be able to understand, no one will be able to replicate it, and no one will be able to cite it. Because if I don't understand a story, why I will cite it? Check grammars and spelling. Preserving anonymity, because your report will be sent for external review. So your paper, your research paper, your report should not contain your name, your roll number, anything that should not be mentioned anywhere in the paper. And regularly revising each draft. So in the first slide, I mentioned that you always write, you share with your friends, with your peers, with your supervisor, improve it. I mentioned read to write better. After writing, again read, again improve. Always, even after paper is published, I find many options are there to improve the writing. But after publication, you cannot improve. No? So better, before submitting your paper, before submitting your report, you should read as much possible. So you have written your first draft, you have completed your first draft. Now, how you evaluate? You have a list of questions. Not only on this page, on next page also you have questions. When the answer of all your questions is okay, you find everything in line, your report is finalized, and I must say, you can submit it to your supervisor, you can submit it to your university, you can submit it to any journal. So what are those points? Let us briefly go through each of these points. Is there a clear structure? The structure should be clear, the storyline should be clear, the abstract should reflect all the content of the report, the introduction clearly states the research questions and objectives. Literature should inform the previous findings. Methods should be clearly explained. Clear distinction between the findings and the conclusions in relevant chapters, relevant sections. Have you checked all your references and presented these in required manner? The consistency in style is always important. Don't use APA, Harvard mix in the references. Don't copy paste references. You can use any reference software so that all the references are in same style. Consistency is always important. In any part of the paper, consistency is always important. How you start the paragraph, what is the gap between the two lines, the space between two paragraphs, that should always be same. Is there any text material that should be in the appendices or vice versa? Does your title reflect accurately your content? Have you divided your text throughout with suitable headings, subheadings? Does each chapter or your section have a preview and a summary? So in chapter, when you are writing a thesis or a report divided into different chapters, then every chapter should have a summary. In a findings also, in the literature section also, you find in literature, in the final paragraph, we write what was the gap and how we are feeling. In the findings, we summarize the findings at the end. Are you happy that your writing is clear and simple and direct? If you are not satisfied, don't think that someone else will be satisfied. Don't submit it to the reviewers. Don't submit it to any institution. Because if you are not satisfied, no one is going to be satisfied with your results, your writing. Have you eliminated all the jargon? Jargons means big complex words that are not easily understandable. If I start, don't become like Honorable Sasi Tharoor. So you can use complex words. You cannot get well understood by the readers. Okay, so your paper should always be simple and direct. Have you eliminated all the unnecessary quotations? Only important parts, as you know, means many research papers, research journals, they have limitations. What limit? you should not submit more than 8,000 words, including the references. So if you include irrelevant quotations or irrelevant text in your paper or your report, obviously you are missing out with some relevant material. So always go for relevant text and avoid unnecessary text. Check for spelling and grammar. Always, if you are sending a paper to your friend or your peer or your supervisor, obviously they will also look into the punctuation or the grammatical errors. And these grammatical errors all should be avoided, because if you don't avoid, the paper will get rejected directly. Have you checked for assumptions about gender? So in your paper, always be unbiased. Don't be biased on any particular gender or any race. For example, I have made a mistake in one of my papers. I wrote a paper on COVID-19, and in that paper, in the introduction section, I mentioned that the Chinese-born disease, about COVID-19, I mentioned the Chinese-born disease spread to all over the globe. The paper was rejected by a reviewer, mentioning that the paper is targeting China. So don't be biased in any context. Whether you're writing a paper on the war between India and Pakistan, don't be biased. You should be, as a scientist, as a researcher, as an economist, you should always be unbiased, and you should always place your facts without distracting anything. So is your report in a format that will be acceptable to the assessing body, that is your institute or your university or your journal to which you are submitting? And after your report is ready, obviously you have to prepare for your oral presentation. So if you have any queries, you can raise your queries, and I'm happy to answer your queries. Anyone, please, because I don't think that a session of 90 minutes has ended without any doubt. There must be some doubt in your minds. And if you are not having any doubt, it means that you are not concentrated.
Professor Pandey, I am Dr. Neeru Vasisht, and I'm part of the faculty here at JDMC. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm not a core researcher like you are, and research is not even my forte. But since it became a part of our curriculum for fourth year students, Varun approached you. I've had a chance to attend many FDPs on research writing. Many FDPs I've attended, starting from, say, about 4 or 5 years back. So I only want to congratulate you. I've heard every word of what you have said. It's one of the very fine presentations that you have given regarding how exactly to write a paper. Though a brief idea, of course, we all know the sections and the subsections and how to go about it. But I'm just saying it to congratulate you on the kind of presentation you have given. And if our students actually have listened to you carefully, I'm sure they have picked up the step one to the ladder of research writing. So thank you, Varun, for having arranged this session for our students. And thank you, Professor Dhiren Pandey, for your presentation. That's all I had to say.
Actually, we have one another session, and if there is any question from the students, please ask. So there is no question as of now. So we will start our next session in 15 minutes, and that will be online.
Okay.
15.
So shall I log out now?
Yes, sir. You can log out and you can join after 15 minutes, sir.
Okay. Thank you everyone for patience listening.
Hello everyone. So we are ready to start the next session. So I welcome the Dr. Hiren Kumar Pandya sir to start the next session. Welcome sir.
Thank you, Dr. Varun. So good afternoon, all of you once again. So in the previous session, we discussed how to write a research paper or a research report. So now the final step, we have to get it published somewhere. Why publication is important? Because unless you publish your report, you will not be able to disseminate the findings to the different stakeholders. So obviously you can send your reports manually through post or maybe some other channel to different stakeholders, but anyhow, if that channel is not suggested for a long lasting effect. So in order to improve your impact, your research must be disseminated to such a platform from where it is available to any number of researchers worldwide. So why should you publish? The first question you should ask yourself, why you are publishing? Because you know your inner motivation is very important. Unless you are satisfied, you will not be able to yield better results. So ask yourself why you want to publish, why you should publish. As a researcher, as a faculty, as a practitioner, why you need to publish? You have to find out your main motivation for publishing. So publishing can have different motives, different motivations. So I have listed two factors, internal factors and the external factors. So let us discuss the external factors first. The first one is career growth, that is degree or diploma. Because you need a degree, you have to prepare a dissertation, you have to get it published. You are doing a PhD, you have the requirement of publishing papers in top tier journals. Until you publish, your degree will not be awarded. Different universities, different institutions have different rules. UGC has already decided that PhD scholars will no longer be required to publish papers for fulfilling the requirement mandatory for their PhD degree. But in many institutes, IITs, IIMs, you will find that publication is still required. You need to publish in a top tier journal, then only your PhD degree will be awarded. Second one is peer pressure, because my friend is publishing, because my colleague is publishing. So that is a pressure on you that if they are publishing, why not me? It can bring a sense of feeling within you that if you publish, you will be well known among your peers. If you're not publishing, they may make fool of you. Any kind of pressure that you feel, that is your own perception, why you feel to publish. Then part of performance appraisal or assessment, that maybe if you are a faculty member, you have to publish because every 4 years or maybe 3 years or maybe for different structures of promotion, you need publication in that specified period of assessment. So that may be a motivation that for my performance appraisal, I need a publication, so I will publish. So that is a sort of motivation, but these motivations are short term. For career growth, for degree diploma, it is a short term motivation. You will publish, you will get your degree, and then you will vanish. You are no more a researcher. Peer pressure will also not end for long. When you feel satisfied, you will leave publishing. Part of performance appraisal, you get promoted, you have a limitation of 1 paper or 2 papers, that is fulfilled, you will stop doing research. So that is not the true motivation. The true motivation comes from the internal factors, and those are research interest, that is a sense of achievement, fulfillment, and curiosity within you. You want to do research. Let me give my example. I submitted my PhD thesis in 2011 in Banaras Hindu University. So since 2011, I didn't had an opportunity to work in the academia. I tried for several universities. I gave interviews at different institutions, but I was not selected. But then in February 2012, I joined the income tax department. Thereafter, I joined the central excise. Later on, it turned into central GST. And in 2019, I joined the Magad University as an assistant professor. And the fire that was inside me, I was struggling for getting into academia. I have been publishing during these 7-8 years when I was not connected to academia, but when I came into academia, that fire inside me that pushed me to do some research, and then I started. And till today, every day when I wake up in the morning, I always think of, I go through the newspaper, I read the reports, and I find out what new could be done. This curiosity, if it is within you, you will become a long-term researcher. So that motivation comes from your within. If you have that motivation, obviously you will keep publishing. Knowledge sharing, classroom teaching and expert deliveries. You know, in teaching at IIM Sambalpur, we are using case studies for teaching. When I used to take sessions for PhD scholars, I always present my research papers. So that is the way you want to share the knowledge. And when you present your papers in the classroom, the students are more confident because obviously, one example, I was attending a Harvard case teaching seminar, and the professor said that while he was teaching in some institute in Australia, the students asked, "Sir, these theories, all these findings we already know. What are your findings? What research you have done on this topic? We want to listen to your ideas." So he said that students will like to hear your research, what you have found. You can always say that such and such theories are available, but what are your contributions? If you present your contributions in the class, obviously the students will come to learn more because they are directly connected to you. So strong ambition, self-expectation. If you expect from yourself, I need to do this, I need to publish. But publishing is not, don't take it as a challenge that I have to publish, I have to publish. Yes, I have to publish. No, that is not the motivation. Motivation should be the research. Obviously, when you do research, that research needs to be published in order to get disseminated to different audience. So by motivation of publishing, don't feel that I'm suggesting to enter the cat race and you get published anyhow, I have to get. No, that is not the motivation. Motivation should be ethical and should be positive. Positive for you as well as positive for your stakeholders. It should have a motive. When someone asks you why you publish, what you should always place an agenda that this is my agenda and I am doing all my research is aligned to this research agenda. Apart from research agenda, there is nothing called research. If I am a researcher in financial markets, I will always publish in financial markets. If I am publishing human resource management, I am publishing in purely marketing area. That is not my agenda. My agenda should always be focused. If you are from the area of finance, you will always publish in the area of finance. Yes, marketing and finance interface studies, HR finance interface studies, they can be connected, but purely HR, purely marketing will never be an agenda of research for a faculty of finance. So be motivated. If you get motivated, you will do research and obviously you'll get it published. So since you all are not available, I had a question for you all. Have you published a paper in top tier journals? And if you have the experience of submitting papers and publishing, then what challenges do you face in publishing? So the participants, if from anyone from the participant, you can discuss some of the challenges that you face. Although I have listed down 6 challenges, if you find any other challenge that you have faced, apart from motivation, time, funding, writing skills, methodologies, and co-authors cooperation, you can please share your ideas. So motivation
Right.
is
Sir, as each students are of the fourth year, so they don't know how to publish. So they are the beginners.
okay. Okay, then motivation we have already discussed, because unless you have motivation from inside, you will not publish. So that is the first challenge you face. If you're not motivated, you will not even start writing. You will not even start thinking of any new research idea. Then the time, what kind of job you are into. If your job is not providing you time, free time for your research, then obviously that is a challenge. Funding challenge. Funding in the sense of many journals, you will find they ask for submission fee. I'm not talking about article publishing charges. APC is different and submission charges are different. So that may be a challenge. Funding may be a challenge for data collection. In case of primary data, you have to collect schedules and questionnaires from different part of the country, and if you don't have funding, you cannot travel to different part of the country, and then you will face such challenges. Writing skill, as I mentioned, that storytelling is the most critical part of any research or report writing. If the storytelling is not there, you will not be able to convince your findings. Your findings must be convincingly disseminated to the audience. So writing skill is also important challenge that people face, that may be due to the language barrier or some other technical formalities or factors. So methodologies, you may not be aware of the methodologies that apply to your research question. Then the co-authors cooperation, sometimes what happens, your co-author is not motivated. You have started some work, after a few months or few days, your co-authors are not cooperating. This is also a major challenge. So how do you come across these challenges? How you can manage these challenges? How can you cross the border and then you do some fruitful work? So in case of time obviously you have to manage. Time management is one important skill that nowadays it is also included in the syllabus. In MBA modules, we are always discussing how to manage time. Funding, of course, if you do not have the funding, you can collaborate with people who have the same interest area. You can discuss your research idea. You can work collaboratively, and funding can be done from their institutions. Then we have the writing skill. Obviously, writing skill, no, everyone cannot have the same skill of storytelling. So obviously collaboration is a good option, because someone has the good skill in analyzing the data, someone may be good in interpreting the findings, and someone may be good in connecting those interpretations with a good storyline. So obviously if 2 and 3 people are there in a paper, then they have everything. The lacking of one person can be the quality of another person, and that way you will complete yourself as a team. Methods also same. If you are not well versed with the particular method, you can collaborate with people who are well versed with that particular methodology, and while working with them, obviously you will get to know different methodologies. Initially I started with a few methodologies, but after collaborating with few people, I have improved my methodological skills. So similarly, this can be done at your end. Co-authors cooperation, that depends upon the motivation and the reason why that co-author who is not cooperating, he wanted to publish. You need to know about his motivation, and then you can make him interested back into your research. So challenges will always come, but if you are motivated from within, you will always succeed. So choosing the right journal and right platform. So the very first thing you need to know, what are the requirements of institutions. For example, at IIM Sambalpur, we are requiring our PhD scholars, they must publish at least one ABDC A category or ABDC B and a C, or if not in ABDC, then 6 Scopus publications. That is a mandate and that is a requirement. So At your end, you can decide what is the requirement. Scopus, ABDC, SSCI, indexing, whatever it may be. The impact factors, the reputation. Obviously, if you are going into publication, you should look into these matrices, because unless you publish in top tier journals, your result will not be disseminated to most of the people, because most of the researchers, they do not even read low tier papers. So obviously you will find, when you find the correlation between top tier papers citations and the citations of the low tier journals, top tier journals papers are cited more because they are read by more people. We always promote reading top tier papers, because if you read garbage, obviously the outcome will be a garbage. And the impact factor, reputation, and the avoid predatory journals. There are some predatory journals, they will ask for money. You pay the money, they will not look into the quality of the journal, it will get published. Yes, you can get published in Scopus also, but obviously that will not lead to any kind of motivation within you. In 2019, when I joined Magadha University, so after around 8 or 9 months, COVID-19 arrived. We had the opportunity, although it was a challenge, but we had converted it into opportunity. We were at home and we had the opportunity to work more. So work more in what sense? As a researcher. I started working on a paper. I submitted the paper, it got rejected many times. It got rejected from Scopus journals, ABDC journals. Then finally I submitted it to a different journal that was not managed by Indian editors. And it was published in ABDC A category, and that was my first motivation. When I received the acceptance, I didn't got satisfied. Okay, that's all, I'm satisfied, I don't need any research now onwards. No, that was the first step that motivated me to do the work further. The motivation didn't came only from within me, it came from my peers. They congratulated me, they called me, they discussed about the process, the idea, and then all these things, they motivated me that I should continue doing my research. And if I do the research, obviously I will send it for publication. And from there I started my publishing journey in top tier journals. So always you will get mails or maybe WhatsApp messages or maybe on social media that authorship is available, second author, third author, first author, pay this much. Never fall prey to those advertisements, because that will ruin your career. So if you want to build a good career, you want to become a credible researcher, avoid predatory journals. So let me share my experience as a associate editor in several journals. I have taken some example from the Elsevier journals. So what are the reasons for desk rejection? In Elsevier, when we desk reject, we have some options. Click which comment I have to send to the authors. Whichever relevant, we click and send. So the first one, while your results are of potential interest. See, results are of potential interest, it means this is a positive sign. Results are of interest, but what is the negative? The negative is the topic of your manuscript falls outside the scope of this journal. No matter what good statistical tools, what good methods, what credible, reliable data you have, what quality of storytelling you have, if it does not suit the journal, it will be desk rejected. Second one, although a manuscript falls within the A- scope of this journal, even if it falls within the A- scope, if it lacks sufficient novelty, that will be rejected. In its current state, the level of English throughout your manuscript does not meet the journal's required standard. So English language should be properly used. If the language is not proper, it has so many grammatical errors. I already mentioned in the previous session, Read as much as possible. Read your draft. If you are not able to read your draft yourself, you send it to your peers, your friends, your supervisor. Get it reviewed by someone before submitting. As much as you read your paper, you will be able to reduce the grammatical as well as punctuation errors. If your institution allows funds for professional language editing, you are always suggested to do that. We regret to tell you we were not able to find the required number of reviewers. In this case, actually it is your bad luck. The editor was not able to find reviewers, so they had to reject the paper. You cannot do anything in this case. But obviously in top tier journals, you will not find this as a major problem. Your manuscript shows an unacceptable level of overlap with prior publications. This is the case of similarity. If your paper has some similarity matching with the previous published papers, then it will be rejected. So while writing your paper, you look that you do not copy from different papers, different theses, and then paste as it is in your research. Yes, in the literature section, it is always suggested to include previous research. That doesn't mean you copy and paste previous research findings and variables. Although the problems being addressed are potentially of interest, it means your topic is relevant, but the quality of your manuscript is not relevant. This is a positive hint. You can improve your paper's quality in a case in terms of robustness, in terms of storytelling, in terms of theoretical discussions, and then you can submit it to some other journal, or maybe to the same journal while writing to the journal editor that this paper was previously submitted in your journal, wide manuscript number this and this, and we have revised the paper and then again submitting it. Like that you can submit in the same journal. The research results reported are too premature for publication, means you need much support for the findings. You have good findings, you have good analysis, but the findings are not justified with proper depth discussions. You should always discuss the findings I mentioned in the result section. Always discuss the findings with previous literature and previous theories. That will substantiate your findings. So let us start with the general scope and fit. What are the points you must go through when you are submitting? You should always carefully read the aim and scope of the journal. If it falls within the aims and scope, you are okay to go submit. Read the recent publications. By reading the recent publications, obviously you will be able to understand what kind of publications the journal is interested into. And once you know that the journal is interested in publishing such and such issues, obviously if your issue is matching those issues, then it will be important. Even if you are not able to correlate your topic with the interest of the journal and you find some publications related to your topic, you should entwine the discussion into recent publications of that journal. It should seem like your discussions are following those papers. You are aligning your findings with those of the papers published in those journals. Likewise, you can always correlate. Papers contributions should align to the editorial focus. Always read editorials of the journal. In the editorials, editors always inform the potential authors that what are the areas that we are interested into. They always discuss for the scope for future research. And if you carry forward those research gap they have highlighted in their editorial, obviously you have a high chance of getting acceptance. So what you should not do, don't submit a generic paper that do not align with the aims and scope of the journal. Don't assume a core finance paper aligns with business strategy and the environment because it uses ESG as a variable. Satisfy yourself. Don't be over ambitious. Don't feel that no, I feel that this is matching. No, that is not important. Your papers should satisfy the editor. and it will only satisfy the editor if it properly aligns with the theme of that journal. Research contribution, as I mentioned in abstract as well as in introduction, this is the important part you should always highlight. If you highlight in the abstract, obviously the editor will read the introduction. If you introduce your contributions in the introduction, obviously the editor will read the findings. And the findings, if you have properly discussed those theoretical alignments, the paper will be sent for review. But any distraction in any part of the paper will lead to rejection. If you discuss theoretical contribution in the abstract, but nothing such discussion in the introduction as well as the literature section, then that coherence is missing. If the coherence is missing, the paper will not go forward. If you have discussed in abstract, discussed in the literature or introduction section, and not discussed in the findings, then again, that is not coherent. Theoretical discussion should be in line with those discussed in the introduction. If you introduce a theory in the introduction, you should always conclude what your findings suggest, whether your findings are contradicting that theory that you have discussed in the introduction or it is aligning to that. Focus on clear research question that promises advancement of the knowledge. Don't take generic research questions. That should be interesting. Ensure strong theoretical underpinnings. Without theory support, your research question seems feeble. Empirical research must have robust econometric or statistical rigor. Obviously, in my paper, you must have seen the robustness section. The tools that you are using, that should be accepted by prior researchers. Always support your method. Why you are choosing particular methodology? Why particular econometric tool you are using? Because it has been used by most of the researchers in my field, and these are the sample studies. So you cite them. While citing, always try to cite top tier journals. Because if you support your any statement with a low tier paper, that will not be credible. So always support your statement with top tier papers. Don't submit an incremental paper that is an extension of existing work without adding any substantial value. Just extending any work, for example, Pandey et al. 2020 has done some work and we are extending it. He has done till 2020. I'm extending for the period till 2025. Okay, you are extending, you have a good gap, you have a sample period that fills the gap. But again, what is the contribution you should always discuss. If you are convincing the editor that you have some contribution value, then obviously it will move forward. Don't load too much data without any theoretical motivation or economic logic. Using too many variables and then feeling within yourself that I have used too many variables. Now my paper is logical, my paper has some novelty. No, why those variables? You should always define the variables. I have used 10 variables. What is the meaning of these 10 variables and why are they used? Why in this context? Why it is important? For example, in our paper, ESG variable was used. Why it was important? Because obviously the main concern was the environmental sustainability reporting. So when sustainability comes into account, obviously the ESG performance of the companies are directly related with the event. If you do not have any direct connection with the event, please don't use the variable. Don't use black box methodologies that are no longer in trend. Obviously, if a method is not in trend, last work in that method has been done in 2002 or maybe 2010. Why you are using that methodology now? You should always use a method that is being used by recent researchers. Don't use obsolete methods. Because when you use recent methods, you will be able to well connect your research with the recent agenda. You are not using any old topic. Your idea is novel. So for novel idea, use always recent technologies. recent methods are always suggested. For example, how you will suggest that the paper is novel. So in paper 1, the variable A, B, C, D, and E are used. In paper 2, the variables W, X, Y, Z are used. You read these two papers, and then what you do? You wrote a new paper. In your paper, you took 3 variables from paper 1 and 2 variables from paper 2, and you write this new paper. Is this a new idea? No. You are just picking 3 variables from here, 2 variables from another paper, and then you are writing a paper. You are mixing 2 papers. Okay, but if you use 2 variables from paper 1 or maybe 2 variables from paper 2 and 2 new variables, N and M, that will obviously make a sense, but that doesn't make a sense by just adding variable. You should always support your variables using a theoretical support. Without theory, without prior literature support, don't introduce any variable. You must have a story. For example, we wrote a paper on Israel-Hamas war. So we examined how the Israel-Hamas war is impacting the different countries. So in that paper, we introduced the happiness index. In happiness index, we had to create a story. We collaborated with some authors. We had several round of meetings, and during those meetings, we have discussed different theories that could be aligned to the topic. Let me show you the paper so that the idea is clear to you. Are markets in happier countries less affected by tragic events? So the question is, are markets in happier countries less affected by tragic events? Means we have to include a variable to measure the happiness of the countries. We introduced a variable, the World Happiness Index. We found significant results. You can see here. Immediate impact was seen on different markets. Stock indices from happier nations are more resilient to geopolitical events. So this is my finding, and I will be happy that, okay, I have given a new novel finding and it should be accepted by the researchers all around the world. But how? Why? I will take one factor from different area, different topic, and then I will run a correlation, and the correlation is significant. That doesn't mean that the idea is novel and it will be accepted by researchers. You should always justify why that variable is important. Why? So that why will be answered in your introduction. The question is, do happier people care more or less about other people's problems? We might think happier people, being polyanists, care less about other sufferings. Alternatively, maybe happier people having a greater sense of well-being will be more inclined to empathize with others' sufferings. We are given the supported. Is this reflected in financial markets, where disturbing world events impact financial markets less in happier market? So this was our question that we started and how we discussed them. Sentiments play a significant role in investment decision making. In order to justify why happiness is an important variable for stock markets, we have to bring into these discussions. Sentiments play a significant role in investment decision making and defining risk preferences. Additionally, happiness sentiment impacts stock market returns. Previous studies have given the evidence, so we cite them. Drawing from positive psychology, we consider the hedonic and eudaimonic perspectives of happiness. The hedonic approach, mood maintenance hypothesis, emphasizes pleasure, that is happiness, and the avoidance of pain, that is risk. In our case, it is a risk, while eudaimonic perspectives focuses on living a meaningful life. Concomitantly, the effect infusion hypothesis asserts that positive mood increases risk tolerance, suggesting that individuals who experience higher level of happiness are more likely to have a higher risk tolerance in the stock market. So like this, you introduce a new variable, and then when your findings are supported by such theories, obviously researchers around the world will acknowledge your research. So new variable is not always novel. You always need to include theoretical discussions, different level of robustness checks, so that you justify your findings. The use of your new variable must make sense. Just putting new variable will not make it novel. Because when you take data from different countries and on different variables, you can always get significant results. But why they are significant? If you're not able to answer why, it means that is just due to the characteristics of the data, you are getting significant results. So the storyline, the justification is very important. Methodological rigor and transparency. In the method section, in the previous session, I already mentioned that method and data should be always transparent. You should always disclose all the facts of data cleaning and the methodologies that are being used. Don't use like a magic wand. You are doing anything and the result is coming significant. How it could be able to be replicated by the readers. So use advanced and appropriate methodologies that align with the research question. So that mismatch should not be there in your paper. For empirical works, follow best practices in econometrics, machine learning, or statistical methods. For literature review, prefer systematic and transparent selection criteria. When your paper is transparent about your data, your methodology, obviously your credibility as a researcher will grow. And as you become credible, your papers will get acceptance from most of the journals. Don't use outdated methods which have been criticized. Yes, you can use criticized methods, but only if you are developing that methodology, you are working upon those criticisms, and then you are developing new method from that outdated method. Then you can use, but until you are doing that, do not. Don't cherry pick data or manipulate findings for significance. This also comes under the ethical concern. If the data is not yielding significant result, don't choose the data based on your biases. You have to accept or reject this hypothesis, and I need to yield such results, so I will delete the data or I manipulate the data. No. And again, not only in primary data, even in secondary data, papers are being retracted if the data manipulation is sensed at any time. Not only if the paper published 10 years back, after 10 years, someone reported that data is not good. You can see many papers are being retracted. So be ethical. Don't use vague or non-applicable methods. Obviously, if your method is not replicable, no one will get interested. And in finance and economics, obviously we go for replications. Most of the journals even say that if you are submitting a replication study, we are happy to publish. Replication is very important. So writing a high impact manuscript. In report writing, I mentioned you should write clearly, concisely, and persuasively. And most importantly, you should edit rigorously. Reading your draft, getting feedback from your colleagues, your supervisors, and editing your paper. It will always improve. Day by day, writing skill gets developed. Read good quality papers. Know the idea how they are writing, how you can write such a big thing in a small paragraph. That art should be developed. I'm not saying that from the first day onwards you will be able to do so, but obviously, if you try hard, you will be able to do so. If you acknowledge the feedback of your friends, you can be able to do so. Sometimes you can get annoyed that no, I am writing well. His comments are not valid. I will not improve my paper. That way, you will never going to improve yourself. Ensure the abstract and introduction contains the problem, research gap, contribution, key findings, and the significance. Already discussed in a previous session. The structure of the paper should be logic. If it is not logical, obviously it will get test rejected. Logical means the how you structure your paper. Don't use weakly articulated contributions. Be precise, don't circumlocate. Be direct. Don't use jargons, use clear words, don't use complex words. Don't submit paper with poor grammar and especially already I mentioned that if you are reading your paper, you will be able to find out the grammatical and punctuation errors, and that is most important part to avoid desk rejection. And if you avoid desk rejection, if your paper goes to review, it has 50% chances of acceptance. After desk rejection, if you qualify the desk review, it will be sent for review. And if you get your paper into the review process, you have the chance of getting it published 50% of the times. I have submitted 22 papers in FRL, and till date, 10 papers have been accepted. So almost you can see 50% results. Review process strategy. See, I mentioned when you get any feedback from your colleagues, your supervisor, acknowledge. You always say thank you. Don't get annoyed. Be cool. Your mood is not good this time. Close your system. Come after some time. Maybe the next morning, maybe next weekend. You read the comments again. Acknowledge what the reviewers have given. Don't feel that no, what bullshit they are commenting. My paper is already having these points. My paper is already structured well. Why I should hear to these comments? No, don't be like that. Gratitude is always suggested. If you have gratitude for the comments, you will always feel better research papers. Submit to the right editor based on their expertise area. In many papers, many journals, you will find you will be asked the option which editor you want to submit the paper. Don't random pick. You go through the papers published by those editors and you see whose papers align the most with you. And if you find that that editor has done some research in your area, the area that you are submitting your paper, then you should always connect your paper with his papers. You should discuss his findings. That will create an interest within the mind of the editor. Okay, this paper is related to my area. My paper has been cited. Let me read. He will take interest. But even if you are not citing his paper and he has done a number of papers on that topic, that theme, obviously he will not take interest. No? He will say you have not gone through the literature. And this person has not even reviewed my papers. I'm the editor of the journal. He's submitting his paper to me and he's not aware of what kind of work I have done. So always acknowledge previous studies. Maybe you are acknowledging some papers and your paper goes to that reviewer, the same person whose paper you have cited. And if you have cited in a true manner, obviously he will acknowledge it and he will give you positive, constructive comments. Write a strong cover letter. Every submission must be accompanied with a cover letter. In the cover letter, be precise. You mention why this paper is important, why this paper is published in your journal. You're writing to the editor, why, if it is published in your journal, how the readers will be interested in this, why it attracts the readers, why it attracts the practitioners, what contribution it has, what implications it has for the readers as well as the practitioners. You are selling your paper, na? You are selling. So you're not talking to the editor. So you must communicate it. Communication in the way of your cover letter. So cover letter is always must. Even if the journal is not asking it mandatory, you should always add cover letter. In most of the journals, cover letter option is there, but it is not mandatory. So you feel no, who will take the burden of writing a cover letter and then it will take much time, leave it. No, you always connect with the other person when you write a good cover letter. And editors do read the cover letter, because if the cover letter is interesting, I will look into the paper. If the abstract is interesting, I will look into the introduction. If the introduction has a good storyline, I will look into the results, the implications, and then I will send it for external review. If the abstract is not interesting, I will not go into the introduction. I will reject outrightly. And editors have around more than 100 papers in a day to look into. So think out of 100 papers, if he selects 4 or 5 papers for review, what could be his basis? Obviously, he's not reading all the papers, no? All the paper in every single line he will study. Some of the papers are rejected based on the cover letter, based on the title, based on the abstract. So that is sufficient. So always make the introduction, make the entry. You see in movies when the hero enters, that scene is very important. So we should always make the entry of your paper, means the title, the abstract, that should be very interesting. The cover letter. Become a salesman and do not boast. You only tell those things that really are included in your paper. You boast many contributions in the abstract, but your paper has nothing such contribution. That also you cannot fool the editor for a long time. After reading the abstract, he will obviously read the introduction. Respond to the reviewers professionally and constructively. If you are not agreeing with any of his comments, you be polite and you say that we acknowledge your comment, but however, your comment is not applicable in our case. Why it is not applicable? Always explain. I have several papers. I have given rebuttal to the reviewers. I have not agreed to their comments, but I have convinced them to accept my paper. They have been convinced. The claims raised by them have been negated by myself. But how you negate the tone of your language, that is very important. So always be professional. And even if you are not able to incorporate some of his comments, you can write that although in this study we are not able to incorporate your comment due to this and this reason, maybe due to data lacking, due to lack of funding. In our next research, we will obviously incorporate your suggestions. So you convince the other person. Don't resubmit unchanged manuscript after rejection. You get a rejection and you then submit it to other journal. What happens? If you submit an event study paper, I have reviewed the same paper, I have rejected the paper, and you submit, after rejection, you submit the paper to some other journal. The other journal will again send the paper to me for review. I will see, I read this paper, I gave some comments, then also this person has not acknowledged my comments. What I will do? I will reject. But if second time I find the comments that I have given, you have incorporated those comments in your revised paper, I will be happy and I will give constructive review. I have found some papers, more than 20 papers I have received that I rejected in a particular journal, and then from the other journal I have received it again for review. In most of the papers I have seen, the authors have not incorporated my comments. I again rejected. In a few papers, even I received it for the third time and I have rejected. Because you should change your attitude. As a researcher, we should always acknowledge the feedback of other researchers. Don't argue aggressively and with the reviewers and editors. Editors rejected your paper. You write immediately. You read the comments and then you write a paper. I found such and such paper in your journal. The quality of that paper is even far poor than my paper, and you rejected my paper. What happens? This will not change the decision of the editor or the reviewer, but it will obviously send a signal to the editor that this author is not humble. So always be humble to the editors, to the reviewers. The reviewers are not getting money. The editors are not getting money to manage the journals. They are doing voluntary work, no? And if someone is voluntarily reading your paper, he must have given some time, maybe 1 hour, maybe 2 hours, maybe 10 hours. So you should always respect his time. Be humble. Because better you come back to the decision after a while. I have already mentioned, if you have a bad mood, you had a fight with your wife, if you had a fight with your colleague, if you had any argument with your wife, or maybe your head, or maybe your colleague, then don't decide at the same time you have what you have to do. You are already aggressive, and you can even be more aggressive to the reviewers and editors. So take some rest, come again another day, and then you decide how to respond to these comments. It is always better to revise. Don't assume one round of revision is enough. In top tier journals, you will get multiple rounds of revisions. I have even seen papers published in Emerald after 10 rounds of revisions. In Emerald, they mention the number of times the revision has been given to the paper. So you are not always lucky or not always good enough to get a single revision and get the paper accepted. I had this recent experience in month of February this year. I received only a minor comment of one sentence in the first round of review, and the paper was accepted. So I was lucky. I will not appreciate that I have been so good that it was. I have been lucky because the paper was already rejected from 3 journals, and I have incorporated all the comments from those journals and then submitted to the final journal. And that was the result. I received a minor comment of one statement and the paper was accepted. So with practice, you will always improve your writing, and you slowly and gradually will become humble. So ethical considerations and the best practices. This always deals with the motivation. What motivates you to do the research? If you are motivated from your internal quest for research, obviously you will always follow ethical and best practices. And if you are motivated by some other external factors, you have to publish. If you're not publish, you will be fired. To save your job, to save your confirm your promotion, you have to publish. That is pressure, and in that case, people go for unethical considerations. So always be motivated from your inside. If you are motivated from your inside, obviously you will never get into unethical practices. So follow ethical research and publication norms, properly cite papers, disclose all essential things, and don't plagiarize. Do not copy and paste. Always acknowledge previous studies. Never say, this is the first paper, no other paper I have found in the literature. Adhere to data availability policies. Most of the journals will ask you for data submission. So always be ready any point of time. Last week, I received data request from 2 people for my 2 papers. I have sent my data to them. You have to send the data. If you want to become a credible researcher, you have to share. And the only reason when you hide the data, I will not share. If you have adopted some unethical practices, you have manipulated your data, will not be happy to share your research data with others. Otherwise, there is no reason to not to share your data. Don't submit to multiple journals at the same time. I mentioned that collaboration is very important for doing research. If you collaborate, you can save your time, you can improve your efficiency, you can get fundings, you can learn new methodologies, you can improve your writing. But at the same time, collaboration can be risky. I remember one co-author of mine, we worked on 3 papers, and then he submitted the same paper in 3 journals at the same time. On the same day, within 1 hour, I received 3 emails from 3 different journals for the same paper. As a good researcher, what I do, I reminded the author that you have not done an ethical thing, and from today onwards, I will not be collaborating with you. And all the 3 papers that I have written with you, you can keep those papers, you can publish on your own. I will not be the co-author. And immediately I wrote emails to the editors that this paper, I am not a co-author. You should always give your point to the editors. Otherwise, as a co-author, you will also be blacklisted by their journal. So immediately after my email, within 1 hour, all the 3 journals rejected the paper, and then I don't know what happened to that paper. I'm not a part of. So always avoid that kind of collaboration. Always be ethical. Ask your co-authors to be ethical. Publication can be delayed, but cannot be unethical. So this is an example of recent retraction. This is based on the data. The reason is the article has been retracted at the request of the editor-in-chief. It has not been possible to replicate its results. The journal is grateful to a reader for alerting the journal to this. The lead author admitted he never had access to data or code. See, the lead author didn't have access to the data or the code. I was working with one of my scholars and associate professor from Tunisia. He contacted me and he said, I have the analysis, I have done the analysis. I will share the tables and figures. Can you please write the paper? Then I contacted my scholar and we both wrote the complete paper. Then finally, before submitting the paper, I asked that associate professor, please share the data. We want to run the data and then we can find out whether the data is yielding the same result. He wrote to me that I am an associate professor and you are not trusting me. I said, I'm not raising question on your credibility, but if you can share the data, I will be able to be more confident about this paper because we have wrote the paper, and unless we be confident about the data and the results, we cannot make it go further. Finally, he didn't share the data and we withdrew our name from that paper. The paper has been published, he got it published somewhere else, but we are not a part. So always, if your co-author is not sharing the data, please don't collaborate. You should always have the access to the data for the paper which you are a co-author. Even if you have not participated in the analysis part, you might have written the paper, you might have written the analysis, or you might have written the introduction section. But then also you have the right to get the data from your co-author. Verify the results, not question his credibility, but maybe human error can always occur. No? To confirm if there is no human error, you should always run the data on your part and then get the results verified. So be ethical and collaborate with ethical peoples. Feature of a high quality manuscript. In a high quality manuscript, what you can find, you go to a top tier journal, of FT50 journal or A-star paper, and you will find these things. A compelling introduction. You will always find a research question, contribution, mostly theoretical contribution, and the motivation. You will always find these things in the introduction section. In the literature part, you'll always find top tier journal papers are cited. Garbage in, garbage out. If low tier papers are read, you'll always write low quality. methodological rigor. You will always find in these papers, econometric models have been used and they have some data-driven insights. Most of the papers you'll find robustness checks have been confirmed. Without robustness check, you will not find any single paper in any top tier journal. You use a particular method, particular variable, and the paper is accepted. It is not possible. You will always find the robustness check. The results may be driven due to some other factors so that need to be tested. So robustness is very important. Results and discussions. Results should be clearly defined. That interpretations should have a proper meaning. It should have a proper storyline. Happiness, impact, the stock market returns. From where I'm concluding this? I have to support my findings. No, yes, such and such research. Okay, not directly, but indirectly. In that paper, we saw we have given the example of psychological theories. From that psychological theory, we turn into behavioral finance and then connected it to our hypothesis. So you should always connect different theories to justify your findings. And how those findings are new and contributing to the theory, that should always be discussed. Practical implications for the stakeholders. The findings are done, everything is okay, paper is published. No. In top tier journals, you'll find the findings do have implications for the stakeholders. Particular finding has particular implication. Don't give generic implications. It should always be mapped with your findings. You have 10 findings, you give at least 5 to 6 implications. At least 5 or 6. Or maybe if you have 10 findings, you can connect 10 implications. Nothing is random. Papers should be easy to navigate. We are discussing the data here, then you discuss the theories, then you discuss the methods. No, you should have a logical structure as discussed in the previous session. Always follow a logical structure. You better target the journal. You read some papers published in that journal and then follow the same structure. You will succeed. So before submission, what you need to look into? Select the right journal and the editor based on expertise. Already we have discussed, adhere to the journal formatting guidelines. Nowadays, most of the journals are not asking, they are not strict about the journal formatting guidelines because they ask you to submit in any format, and later on in the final stage they will ask you to submit in their format. So initially you can submit, but it is better always to submit papers based on their guidelines from beginning. You use their referencing style, use how their title aligns with the figures, with the tables, what is the word limit. Proofread thoroughly. You can, if your budget allows, you can go for professional editing, check for plagiarism. The plagiarism checking tool is already available in all the universities and institutions. You can get it checked. During the submission, you should always write a strong cover letter. You should highlight the novelty and contribution of your paper, why the paper suits well to the journal, why the editor should be interested in that paper, that should be mentioned. And the key findings in non-technical languages. Non-technical means even the people who are not from the finance area should be able to understand what your findings say. Means don't use jargons or complex words in your findings. Suggest potential reviewers. Sometimes what we do, we suggest some reviewers because you are doing the study, you have analyzed the data, you know well who are the researchers who are doing research in this area. So you can always suggest 2 researchers or four researchers who can be your potential reviewers. But those reviewers cannot be your co-authors or your friends or your colleagues from the same institution. And be honest. For a finance paper, don't suggest a name who is from HR, who is from marketing, or maybe who don't have any idea of that area. Because the editors are not fool, no? They will immediately search for that person and then they'll come to know that you are trying to fool him. And that will lead to rejection of your paper. So be smart, work on submission strategy. So after submission, you should always wait. Many of my co-authors start asking me, sir, it is already about 6 months. We have not received any report. Shall we write to the editor? No. Let them do the work. If the paper is under review, let the reviewers do their work. Don't say that when I review a paper, I give the report in 30 days or 15 days. Why my paper is being delayed so many days? So be humble. Not everyone is free enough all the time. Maybe the reviewer has some medical emergency or maybe some other kind of work pressure. He is not able to review in time. So you should always be humble. And even if you try to write, at least wait for the timeline that the journal says on its website. And many journals suggest that within the 6 month time you will receive your feedback. If 6 months are over and you are not finding any progress in your submission, then you can write humbly. Don't be aggressive, write humble. If you have got a revise and resubmit, always address the reviewers' comments thoroughly and respectfully. Be respectful, acknowledge their comments. If rejected, improve your paper and then submit to another paper, so another journal. Don't submit without doing your revision. The ethical concerns: do not submit the same paper to different journals at the same time. If it gets rejected from here, it will get accepted that place, I'll publish there. No. And not only in the same publisher, even it is suggested not to do so in different publishers also. If you do the same in same publisher, then it will obviously be flagged, and as the editor we will be able to know that this paper has been submitted twice at the same time, 2 journals, so it will get rejected. Ignoring editorial guidelines, this can lead to desk rejection. Submitting without proofreading. Proofreading is always important. Read, and improve. Collaborating for greater influence. I suggested collaboration is very important. Why? Because you get access to new ideas and new fundings. Last week, I got a call from one of my friends from France, and he gave me an idea. That is an event in Indian context. But see, although I do research in event studies, I was not aware of that event. But he told me that this event has occurred in your country 2 years back, and that can have good implications for researchers. So he gave the idea, and now we are working on that new idea. So collaboration is always suggested. Fundings, for example, if you have to proof edit your paper from some professional language editing services, you don't have funding from your institute, your co-author may have. If you don't have funding support for collection of data, your co-author can have the funding, and then you can collect the data from various places. If you don't have the access to databases, your co-author can help you get the data from their databases. So anyhow, you can decide how to collaborate and how you can leverage from your co-author. Strengthening the research impact. Obviously, when you are doing a research on European market, it is always better you connect with some European authors. They can give more logical reasons for why you have got such findings, because they are from Europe. Similarly, if someone in Europe is working on Indian market, they will obviously contact Indian authors. That will improve the overall impact. Moreover, if you collaborate with more people, what happens? Like I use my research paper while teaching. So they will use their research paper while teaching. My paper will be taught in his classroom because he is a co-author. So, people around the world will come to know about you. They will start reading your paper. The impact of your research will improve. Who would you collaborate with and why? Always collaborate with good people, humble people. Do not collaborate with those people who are unethical. Always collaborate with those who complete you. If you are not good in analysis, collaborate with people who are good in analysis. If you are not good in storytelling, collaborate with those people who are good in storytelling. So this will always improve your qualities, because working with such people will fill the gap that you have within yourself. Leveraging digital tools for publishing and impact. Obviously, today we have so many options. 30 years back, there was no such option with the researchers. Everything was paper-borne. Today, you can easily download papers. You can easily share your research to different part of the world. Create an ORCID ID, Google Scholar ID. Give your presence on ResearchGate, SSR, and LinkedIn, Twitter. You can share your research so that it has some impact. When you share your research is being read by different people at the same time. Maybe a number of people are reading your research paper. And finally, I would say that when you are going into publication, research and publication, you should always distinguish between a sprint and marathon. Publishing or research is not a sprint. You always take it as a marathon. It is not a one-day task, not a one-year task. You have a long career ahead if you are a new researcher, if you are an early career researcher, you are a early career faculty, you have a long professional life ahead. So for the next 30 years or next 35 years, you have to do your best. So don't fall prey to publish or perish. Publish only if you have inner motivation. Publish only if you can go ethical, and publish only if you want to contribute to the knowledge. If other factors are motivating you, please do not. So that's all from my end. If you have any queries, any questions, I'm happy to answer. Any queries, please? Any doubt if you have in mind on any of the point that I have discussed in this session? Obviously, you can write me on my email ID, but if you have some doubt, you can please ask now. We can have more discussion on that point. Anyone? From the organizers, anyone?
No, sir, we don't have any doubt.
So all doubts are clear. It means it was so clear. So no doubt arised in anyone's mind. So if you don't have any doubt, the session is already over on how to publish in top tier journals. Let me share one example that I discussed during the presentation. So this was the paper that got rejected from finance research letters with a major. I received a major revision. Then I revised the paper. Then I received a minor revision. I revised the paper and it got rejected. I don't know why it got rejected, but there was no comment. Then I submitted it to the journal Economics Letters. And in the Economics Letters journal, I received a rejection. After the review, the reviewer said that the paper is a garbage. And why it is a garbage? The reason he gave that the paper has a larger sample of predatory journal articles. So after the rejection, I again revised the paper, and in my revision, I did this. After excluding documents other than articles and reviews published in journals in English, and also excluding journals published by the Multidisciplinary Digital Publishing Institute. So the reviewer said that the MDPI journals papers are being included in this review. So since garbage has been used, the outcome is a garbage. So initially when I read the paper, I was very frustrated, but I had no other option than to accept the reality. And then I changed my mood. I revised the paper. I deleted all the papers from this publisher. I disclosed this fact in the method section. And then I again submitted the same paper to the journal where I received a major and a minor, and which was followed by a rejection. I submitted to FRL and I received a single minor comment, and the minor comment was I wrote 68 fintech here. The reviewer suggested that you define the term fintech in the abstract. So I changed the manuscript. I wrote 68 financial technology in bracket fintech, and I submitted the paper. The very next day my paper was accepted. So in my overall experience, this was the first time I have received a minor revision and the paper was accepted outrightly. So, but before getting this, I have revised the paper multiple times. So I have already concluded the session. If you have any queries, you please ask me, or if you want to conclude the session, please conclude.
Sir, I think nobody has any doubts. So may I conclude the session?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I would like to thank you for such an absolutely wonderful session today. Your passion for this topic is commendable, and your ability to explain complex ideas in a clear and engaging way is truly appreciated. I especially want to thank you for such a good explanation. It made a huge difference and helped us to learn all such difficult things easily. Thank you for creating such a positive and inspiring learning environment for all of us. It was a pleasure for us to attend this session and learn from you. Good day, sir.
Thank you. Good day, all of you. And thank you, the organizers. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Dharen.
Good evening, Dr. Tejaswini.
Yeah,
How are you?
I'm fine, sir. It was absolute pleasure to hear you today, and I'm sure that the whole of the students also got a lot of insight. So, on the behalf of all the research, like Commerce Research Committee and Department of Commerce, I would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to your, for sparing time for us. And your expertise and guidance have enlightened us on the nuances of academic writing and the process of, getting our research papers published in reputed journals. And I'm sure definitely students will, take this guidance ahead and will publish their papers in reputed journals. So once again, thanks for joining and, making it convenient for us, to hear you. And thank you so much. Thanks again, sir, from
Thank
whole of the
you, Doctor,
college.
for your appreciations. Thank you.
Ji. Ellen, I think you have shared the feedback.
Ma'am, I'll share it. Ma'am, should I share it in this Zoom meeting or on the WhatsApp group?
I think on the Zoom meeting, because most of the students are here only.
Okay, ma'am. I'll share it now.
Yeah. Ji.
You will have to fill 2 feedback forms. This is the first one. I'm sharing the second one, okay?